Hi, friends. The intense frames of this visual novel were enough to push my internet connection over the edge. Hopefully everything's good now. We'll see. I restarted my modem real quick. I'm surprised it came back so fast. Suspiciously fast. Very strange. Anyways, hi. How's it going? I gotta tab back into the game without clicking somehow. Okay. And second, the drastic rise following earthquakes. For both the quake 2 months ago, in which there were 8 fatalities, and the quake 1 week ago, in which there were more than 100 fatalities, the GE rate had shown an extreme upsurge for a short period of time.
で、3つ目のパターン。この5年で4回だけ起きてるわ。時期はどれもまちまち。上昇値は地震の時ほどじゃないけど、結構高いの。最初はこれが何を意味してるのかわからなかったんだけど、調べていくうちにこの5年で4回と符合するイベントに行き着いた。
イベント。
もったいぶらずに教えろよ。
選挙よ。
The elections.
衆参合わせて4度行われた選挙日と、その4回の GE レート上昇の日は完全に同じだったわ。
Bond stroked his unshaven chin with a stern look on his face.
野党だった明和党が大躍進を遂げて与党になった選挙は
4年前ですね。
そして井ノ原幸三が民自党を電撃的に離党して明和党に移ったのは5年前。
A heavy silence hung in the air around the three of them.
なんだか私、お話を聞いていたら怖くなってきました。
Yua's voice trembled slightly as she murmured.
私もびっくりだわ。ここまでキーワードがぴったり当てはまるなんてね。
まだ状況証拠でしかないがな。それでも GE レートのことを知っていたからこそ気づけたわけだ。知らなかったらさっぱりだったろ。
As he said that, Bond nonchalantly retrieved his favorite handheld fan and began waving it at himself.
ところで、俺が調べた女子高生の生態について話していいかい？
Momose, bewildered by Bond's sudden change of topics, stared daggers at the detective.
ね、いきなりそんなくだらないこと言い出すんじゃないわよ。ユアちゃんがいるんだから少しは考えなさい。
ね、そういうなって。
A slight smirk colored Bond's face, but his eyes didn't match such sentiment.
青いセナについてだ。
Yo, what's up, beastie?
正しくは畑野セナと言うべきか。なぜか最近になって母親の旧姓を使い始めたんだな。
Hello, fellow D-sword wielders. No D-sword wielders here. Excuse me, I'm wielding my D-sword right now. It's unfortunate that you can't see it, though.
その畑野セナの父親、畑野一世は今失踪して行方不明らしいんだが、のぞみテクノロジーの元社員なんだよ。
どういうこと？
どういうことも何も、そのまんまさ。
Nozomi Technology was a company that primarily developed software for use in medical equipment. The Nozomi Group had begun with Nozomi Technology, but through repeated mergers and acquisitions, it became one of Japan's top leading conglomerates.
半年前、畑野セナの母親と生後1年の妹が謎の死を遂げている。 父親の失踪はその直後だ。畑野瀬名本人もそれと前後して当時預けられていたとある施設を脱走するって騒ぎを起こした。
施設ですか？
天神寮っていう非営利の自立更生支援施設だ。表向きはな。
表向きってじゃあ裏があるの？
スポンサーがいるのさ。これが天聖振興会だったりする。
天聖振興会。
Momose grimaced at those words. She then spoke once more, her tone now clearly exasperated.
また面倒な名前が出てきたわね。
ちなみにその天神寮は2年前まで別の名前だった。アークハートメディカル会。どんな偶然か今や渋谷の若者のカリスマ的存在であるフェス、岸本綾瀬もここに入れられていたんだな。畑野瀬名とは入れ違いだったみてえだが。
Bond then leaned forward towards Momose and Yua. Oh, it's so close.
ここからが
I look like a little baby that he's holding.
アークハートメディカル会は天神寮と違ってメンタルケア施設だった。精神病患者を治療してたんだ。ところが2年前、アークハートメディカル会は突然非営利団体の自立更生支援施設天神寮へと姿を変えた。それによって精神科医が一斉に解雇されたんだが、その医師たちを丸ごと雇い入れたのが代々木にある AH 東京総合病院だった。
ノータリン事件で殺された人が勤めていたのってそこの病院でしたよね。
ああ、高階文夫。確かに AH 東京総合病院の精神科医だ。ついでに言うと、そこの病院長は井ノ原と婚姻らしいぜ。
また井ノ原議員ね。
Shut up! Plenty has happened! A lot of stuff's gonna happen. Double the amount of stuff. Thank you.
ゆあちゃん、君が追ってた西条匠も実は AH 東京総合病院をこの1ヶ月で3回訪れてる。
そうなんですか？
警察がずっと尾行してたんだね。確かだ。しかも西条には数年前にその病院に入院した記録まであった。彼の主治医は高階文夫だ。不思議なのは西条の入院記録なんだよな。彼は10歳で入院して約2年後にその記録が途切れてるんだが、退院した記録はなかった。
誰かが改ざんしたのかしら。
どうだかな。そこまでは調べが回らなくてね。ああ、それと畑野瀬名に関してもう一つ。最近彼女がよく行動を共にしている折原梢って生徒がいる。1ヶ月ほど前に転校してきた西条のクラスメートなんだが、この子も結構な曰くつきなんだ。折原の父親がのぞみグループの系列会社社員なわけよ。元は広島の方に住んでてな。折原梢の同級生3人が何者かに襲われて重傷を負うって事件が起きてる。3人ともが右腕を鋭利な刃物で切断されて、ひどいありさまだったらしい。折原もその場に居合わせていた。彼女が犯人じゃねえかって疑いがかかったんだが、 凶器が存在しないって理由で逮捕はされてない。それで地元に居づらくなって引っ越したって噂もある。
凶器が存在しない？見つからないじゃなくて？
ああ、存在しないだ。何で切られたのかさえ分かってない。犯行は折原以外には実行できない状況だった。だがたとえ折原が犯人だとしても、凶器をどこからか取り出すこともどこかに隠すことも不可能だった。かまいたち現象じゃないかなんて本気で議論されたぐらいだ。
何もないところから剣を取り出す手品。
Oh, okay. I thought we were gonna get a pop up for that one.
かもしれねえな。
君が悪いです。
Yua, as if trying to stop herself from trembling, hunched down towards her knees, then began to stroke both of her arms with her hands.
何かとても大きな意志が働いているような。
職業柄俺は陰謀論なんざ信じちゃいねえんだが、今回ばかりはその存在を信じそうになるね。明和とそしてのぞみグループ、 G レートに関係してると思われるのはその2つか。
天聖振興会も叩けば埃が出てきそうね。もともとあまりいい噂は聞かないし。
Sipping some of her tea, Momose shrugged her shoulders.
バンちゃんには呆れるわ。本来の仕事をほったらかしにしてこんなことを調べてたなんて。
元はといえばももちゃんが G レートのことを教えてくれたのがいけないんだぜ。
そうだけど、それで捜査本部から外されちゃったら世話ないわ。本当に不器用なんだから、あんたって人は。
Those words were neither those of astonishment or condemnation, but rather a fairly roundabout way of praising him. Momose, despite her words, acknowledged Bon in his pursuits.
おっと電話だ。
Bon's cell phone let out an electronic tune. Looking at the display, he saw that the caller was a restricted number.
もしもし。
Loud static could be heard on the other end of the call. Bon took the phone away from his ear and looked at the display once more. His connection was good, so he's likely not the issue. It must have been the caller causing the problem. Bon brought his ear close to the phone, believing that the call was coming from someplace far away.
おい、誰だ？
This was one of the anonymous threatening phone calls that he had been receiving recently. The mechanical sounding voice was likely due to the use of a voice changer. Bon let out an audible laugh before proceeding to answer.
あんたか。いい加減名乗ってくんねえかな。手を引けって言われてもな。そもそも何から手を引きゃいいんだ。そこを具体的に言ってもらわねえと。
They always hung up there, always after saying back off twice. The pattern repeated itself so often that it was practically routine. No matter how much Bon tried to speak to them, there was never an answer. But on this day, that would finally change.
ああ？ 誰だ？
Upon hearing that, Bon finally understood whose distressed voice it was on the other end of the call.
諏訪か？ 誰にやった？今どこにいる？
わからないっす。 黒い目出し帽。
相手は一人なんだな。おい、大丈夫なのか。
助けて先輩、自分は英一と。
スワ、おい、スワ。
No matter how much Bond called out to him, there was no response from the other end of the call. Symmetrical man, yeah. With a click of his tongue, Bond hung up. Momose and Yuo were looking at Bond with intense concern.
スワちゃんに何かあったの？
Bond stood up, then lightly slapped his cheeks twice.
スワが人質に取られた。どうやら
Sorry.
英一東京総合病院にいるみてえだ。
まさか名和と。
You know, it's a visual novel. I had to, like, imagine the scene in my head, okay?
応援を頼んだ
I
方
don't
がいい
feel。like there's enough direction to be able to tell which one, huh?
大ごとにしたらそれこそスワの命はねえよ。俺一人で様子を見てくれ。
Bond placed his favorite handheld fan on the top of the table, close to close to where Momose's hands rested. Following this, he took a good long look at each of the girls. His demeanor was that of an entirely different person's. The unreliable middle-aged detective that he had often played was nowhere to be seen. All there was now was an intense, fearless expression on his face.
ももちゃんとゆあちゃんもどこかに身を隠せ。わかったな。
See, stuff's happening! Maybe. Through no will of my own, my legs moved in the direction of my base. They were heavy, so heavy, in fact. I wondered if my heels were packed with lead. Except it wasn't just my legs, my entire body felt heavy. But despite how hard it was to move, I kept telling myself that it was proof that my body existed. I wasn't a delusionary existence. The sun had already set, meaning that there was no one in the city to pay any attention to me as I staggered through the streets. Before and now, I would push everyone away, telling them not to look at me. I was scared of getting too much attention or being a laughingstock. But even though I'd done that for so long, right now I just wanted someone, anyone to look at me. I wanted someone to see me with their eyes. I wanted someone to acknowledge that I was here. That was the Deus Ex Machina I needed. But no one did. If I randomly yelled out something, I'd probably get the looks of disdain, but I didn't really have the willpower to go through all that. Within my sweaty hand was my cell phone, the one I'd gone out to buy with Nanami. I only had 4 numbers registered on it. Rimi's cell phone, Nanami's cell phone, Misumi-kun's cell phone, and the number for my parents' house. I tried desperately to think of a way to prove I wasn't fake with just those 4 phone numbers.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
No. I wasn't a delusionary existence. I was real. I was Nishijo Takumi. I was 17 years old. I was this second year at Suimei Academy. I was in a family of 4. I was...
助けて。僕を証明して。
My teeth were chattering. A clearly audible clacking sound. I wasn't cold whatsoever, and yet I trembled all the same.
助けてよ。
From the 4 numbers I had, I chose Misumi-kun's.
Huh. ミス。
ダークだろ。どうしたんだ？リミとうまいこと言ったか？ちゃんと 童貞卒業できたんだろうな。感謝しろよ。気を使って二人にしてやったんだからよ。
Misumi-kun was the same as ever. That at least brought me some relief. He did know me. He recognized me as Nishijo Takumi. So I wasn't a delusionary existence. Remy had just been lying. I knew it.
そういえば、ついさっき美奈子から言われたんだけどよ。
え、美奈子。
ああ、俺の女。で、美奈子が言うんだよ。ここ1ヶ月ぐらい、日常と急に仲良くなったけど、なんでって。こいつ何言ってんだって最初は思ったんだけど、そもそも俺、普通だったらお前みたいなやつとは絶対関わろうとしねえんだよな。リミを通して知り合ったってのは、なんとなく記憶にあるんだけどよ。細かいことはなぜか思い出せねえんだよな。
It was the same. It was the same situation I'd experienced earlier. Stop it. I don't want this. Don't say anything else, please. You could have just talked about girls like you always do. So why, today of all days, did you have to?
お前さ、いつ俺とダチになったんだっけ？
I got too freaked out, so I instantly hung up. I felt like I was about to cry, yet no tears came. It simply felt like my heart was being torn to shreds. Next, I decided to try calling home. Despite how hard my fingers were trembling, okay. I somehow managed to select the number and press the call button. Nanami had registered this one. I hadn't put it in myself, so there was no doubt the call would go through. Considering what time it was, would my dad be home? Had my mom left already? Was Nanami there? Even if it did connect, what would I even say? Hey, I'm your son, right? They'd probably think I was screwing with them, that I was being stupid. And in truth, it was a stupid question. What if they said no? What if they said our son Takumi is eating dinner with his sister in the living room? What if the phone call that was supposed to prove that I was real actually did the exact opposite? What if they asked, who are you? As the negative thoughts continued to swell up in my mind, I grew more and more afraid. I didn't want to know the outcome. I was really scared, and I couldn't control it. I felt like I was about to go insane. My breathing grew ragged. I could barely breathe anymore. Right then, the call connected. With the phone next to my ear, I prepared myself.
あなたがおかけになった電話番号は現在使われておりません。番号をご確認の上、もう一度おかけ直しください。
No one would prove that I was me. There was no one that could. I wanted to die. Raising my head, I noticed Yamanote Dori in front of me, with lots of cars coming and going. Maybe it was for the best that I died. There was no value in a fake being alive. I was worthless. How do you save again? Okay. Even if a monster did try and live in this world, they just end up being persecuted. I had neither hopes nor dreams. My existence itself was repulsive to people. I wanted to be freed from all of this. If I died, I'd be free. After all, There'd be no more need to think. There'd be nothing more to suffer from. There'd be no one to laugh at me. There'd be no one to betray me. I wanted nothingness. I brought my heavy legs one step forward. In this place free of traffic lights, I staggered onto the road. I had a feeling that salvation awaited me there. A glaring brightness from a pair of headlights, a discordant noise of a car horn, the unnerving sound of squealing tires. Come on, kill me. Kill this fake me, this unsightly monster. Kill me. But no matter how long I waited, the impact never came. I opened my eyes. A car was stopped right in front of me. I was still standing on the road on my own 2 feet. The driver got out and started shouting at me about something. He shoved me as he kept on screaming. Why? I broke down crying then and there.
どうして引き殺してくれないんだ
Why won't anyone save me? Why won't anyone release me? Was a fake not even worth killing? As Sakihara Rimi walked beneath the Shibuya Station underpass, she took out her cell phone. She had walked straight here right after parting ways with Takumi. She then selected the number registered in her address book as Nana-chan and placed a call. They picked up the very next moment.
私実はちょっとした報告があります。ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
Rimi had an idea of where Nanami was being held, as well as who had abducted her. A theory she had only come to because she had been in a similar situation herself once before. It was a past she wanted to forget, but it was one she was ready to confront in order to rescue Nanami, no matter how steeped in darkness those memories may be. The reaction of whom she called was exactly as Rimi had predicted, leading her to inevitably start laughing.
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。
Both her voice and expression were cheerful. Not an ounce of grim resolve she carried could be felt. To the outside observer, it would simply look like she was having a fun, engaging conversation.
昔の話だしね。そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。それにタクには関わらせたくないの。
As she said that, Rimi's expression clouded over.
ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。タクにね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど、私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに。学生生活もあの学校に私やタクが通ってることも、大ちんと友達だっていうことも、私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、タクの存在そのものも。
Little by little, Rimi's pace slowed. Multiple strangers passed her by.
タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくて しようもないくらい弱くて、きっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。
As she spoke, she squeezed the hand she held the cell phone with.
なのに私の心には楽しかったっていう気持ちがあるの。なのに私の心にはもっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。この気持ちって何なのかな。
Looking up, she saw the neon-lit night sky. No stars were in sight. For an ephemeral moment, Remy stood beneath it. A slight smile rose to her face when she received a response.
さてと、そろそろ切るね。本当に大丈夫だって。あなたは何も心配しないで。私が全部決着をつけてくるから。ね、たくみ。
Having lost all of my willpower, before I realized it, I found myself back in my base. I didn't know how I'd gotten here after failing to die at Yamanote Dori. My memory was hazy.
このコンテナって誰がどうやってここまで運んだんだろう。
It was something I'd never even thought about until now. But now that I was, I couldn't help but notice how odd it felt. The more I thought about it, the more I felt the feeling encroached upon my mind. The moment I closed the door, the room went pitch black. Leaning against the door, I simply stood there, still as I could be. Inside the quiet room, all I could hear was the sound of my shallow breathing and the hum of the fan inside my PC. I thought that maybe surrounding myself in darkness would make things easier, since I wouldn't have to be conscious of my pitiful self. But it had the exact opposite effect. Unable to see anything, and with nothing else to listen to, Remy's cruel words from before repeated endlessly in my mind.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
My own moans disgusted me more than ever before. I even felt nauseous. I was already a disgusting freak even before all this. But if my very existence itself was warped, I was already beyond saving. I wanted to disappear completely. As I tripped over the trash scattered across the floor, I stumbled my way to the end of the room. I turned on the lights, scaring away the dark. I then grabbed my Seiretan figure, post-awakening version, that just so happened to enter my line of sight, and sat down in my chair. I brought her close to my chest. She was really small, and she was really hard too. She didn't breathe, nor did she speak. Really hard. She didn't have the warmth that a 3D girl had. Oh my god, Taku's such a normie. He's not even a real normie. Despite that, she was all I had left. Remy had left me. I didn't know where Nanami was. Seina had attacked me. Kazupi hadn't protected me. Yua was my enemy. And Ayase was hospitalized. These were the only girls I knew the names of, and none of them would do anything for me. Reality was harsh, and they give a damn about a monster like me. With my trembling hands, I tightened my grip on Seiretan, then tighter, then tighter. Tight enough to break her. I wanted to disappear completely. If that was how I thought, shouldn't I just act? Ultimately, I was playing the tragic protagonist right now. Even if I was overcome with sorrow, no one was going to empathize with me. Nobody was looking at me. Nobody was here for me. They had all abandoned me. No, I didn't have any real bonds. There was no one in my life I could count as a friend. I didn't even have a family. I was a fake after all.
オタクばっかり並べてる。
Just shut up and die already. Setting down Seraton, I sluggishly got up from my chair and found a plastic cord lying under my bed. I picked it up, made a ring big enough for my head to fit in, and tied the other end to a pipe of the loft bed.
死んでやる、死んでやるよ、死んでやるんだからな。
There was no one here to stop me. But of course there wasn't. I was the only one in this room. I managed to secure the plastic cord quite well. Dying surprisingly easy, I thought to myself. I put my head inside the ring and tightened it around my neck. Normally, you couldn't hang yourself just from a loft bed. It wasn't high enough. But if I kicked my legs out from under me, then height wasn't an issue. What I needed was the resolve to die. Now at the end, I looked over at Seraton, who smiled at me from atop my desk. Who is behind me. I'm gonna get out of the way for now so you can see her. Starting with Seraton, my wife who's lined up on the shelves would be the ones that would see me to the other side. Hold on. Starting with Seraton, my wife who's lined up on the shelves would be the ones to see me to the other side. I was struck by sorrow. Loneliness filled my heart. I felt a twinge in my nose.
さよなら。
Placing all my weight on the cord, I kicked my legs out. The cord started strangling me. It was putting immense pressure on my neck. It dug into my flesh hard. It hurts. Okay, she's out of the way now. Before I knew it, I was unconsciously trying to relieve the pressure with my fingers. I moved my legs back into place, then went to stand up. But if I did that, I wouldn't be able to die. If I didn't keep all my weight on the cord, I wouldn't be strangled. So I endured it. My throat hurt. Rather than being unable to breathe, the pain of it digging into my neck was the worst part. Hurry up. Hurry up and die already. The suffering continued. It was so immense, I couldn't even pass out. My body swayed aimlessly. Around and around it swayed. My legs kicking up and down. The pipe on my loft bed started creaking. And suddenly, my body lost all support. And I violently crashed to the floor, landing flat on my ass. The impact I felt in my bones of my pelvis made me writhe in pain. And at the same time, I was desperately sucking in air. As tears welled up in my eyes, I looked up at the cord that had been tied to my bed, only to find that it had snapped in two at the center.
なんだよそれ。なんなんだよそれは。
Of all the times for me to fail, why at the very end when it mattered most? I knew I was beyond saving, a good-for-nothing loser that hadn't managed to accomplish even a single noteworthy thing in his entire life. Not that I was a person to begin with. But to fail even when trying to die, it was just too much. Why couldn't I die? Even though I wanted to die. And that I knew how painful it was to be hanged, I would never have the will nor the courage to attempt it again.
楽に死ぬ方法。
We'll just have to go on to Delude and search for good articles on the Encyclopedia Pedophilia for articles about how to kill ourselves, I guess. Seeing my shameless tendency to rely on others rear its head once more, I was hit with a wave of nausea. I really was completely and entirely useless. I didn't name the website, that's just what it's called, okay? That's just what it's called. Human presence quickly faded from the hospital cloaked in night. Perhaps after taking in all the life and death during the day, it took this time to regain balance. At this time, the hospital housed neither the scent of life nor the scent of death. Only a quiet emptiness reigned. Ban Yasuji chuckled to himself as he realized the odd nature of his thoughts. Despite the minor self-flagellation, it did indeed feel especially quiet tonight. It was not yet time for the lights to be on, leaving the corridor steeped in darkness. There was not even a single sign of any nurses. Immediately after stepping foot into the lobby, Ban was hit with a very bad feeling. There was no logical reasoning behind it. It's simply what one might call a detective's gut. My gut is usually right for the most part. In his mind, he believed it to be an oddly superstitious thought, but this may have simply been a way to dismiss the feeling. While the taxi had driven him to the hospital, Ban had attempted to call Sua's phone numerous times. But each and every one of them had failed, which only serves to demonstrate his junior's precarious situation all the more clearly. There was no time to waste. He had to find the place where Sua had been held within the large hospital and rescue him, all the while not being detected by the kidnapper. The linoleum floor would have made his footsteps echo. To avoid this, Ban took off his shoes before entering the lobby. That's what that smell was. Winter was swiftly approaching at this time of year, a fact that Ban had readily made aware was readily made aware of, when the chill from the floor sent shivers up his soles. Who the fuck's that? The sound of the automatic front door echoed throughout the room, followed by the sound of a girl calling out Ban's name. Oh. The surprise of seeing her in the lobby put Ban at a loss for words. He hurried towards her in a panic. Beyond her glasses, her eyes threw anxious glances at her surroundings.
おい、なんでついてきたんだ。身を隠せって言っただろうね。
すみません。でも、私。
Ban looked for any signs of Momose, but she was nowhere to be seen. Realizing she had come alone, Ban scratched the top of his head with a concerned expression.
今すぐ戻れ。これは遊びじゃねえんだぞ。
それは、分かっているつもりです。
分かってるなら帰るんだ。
Right as he spoke, a creaking sound came from the hallway across the lobby. In the very center of this empty, dark hallway, slowly an empty wheelchair made its way towards Ban and Yua. Then, at nearly the same exact moment, someone could be heard running up the stairs.
とにかくユアちゃんは帰れ。いいな。
Before he had even finished giving his warning, Bond had already started running. He followed the footsteps up the stairs without waiting for Yua's answer. Given his typical languid demeanor, the speed at which Bond moved was like nothing anyone could have ever imagined. As he followed the footsteps, Bond found himself on the roof of the outpatient ward. There were lines of shrubbery installed on the rooftop, forming a garden of sorts. It was most likely a space for healing for the patients there, but regrettably, as the lights were off, Bond could not see what kind of flowers were blooming there. Given the fact that Bond was on the roof, it was only natural that the wind would blow strong. With ragged breaths, Bond quickly surveyed his surroundings. Without a shadow of a doubt, this is where the man behind the footsteps must have run. But now, he was nowhere to be seen. Was I led here on purpose? The man had fled while causing sounds that seemed purposeful. Bond could not think of any other reason for him to have done that aside from leading him here. Bond did not have his gun on him. As he was apprehensive about being unarmed, he looked for something that could serve as a weapon, but to no avail. With a gulp, he wiped away the sweat on his forehead with his fingers. Step by step, he made his way toward the center of the garden. Here and there, Bond could see a few hiding spots tucked within the shadows of the benches and shrubbery. He put himself into a fully alert state, one in which he could respond to a potential attacker no matter the direction they came from. The garden was set up in a circular fashion, with benches placed around it in accordance with its shape. Bond strained his eyes as he looked at each bench in order, and on one of those benches, his eyes landed upon a strange object. Keeping a close look on his surroundings, he slowly approached the bench. And as he got closer to it, a shape was made clear to him. Darth Spider! It was around the size of a soccer ball. Round and dark. It was a severed human head. Bond, who had investigated countless murder cases involving dismemberment in the past, quickly recalled an image of a photo he had once seen. The bad feeling in his chest grew stronger and stronger. Recognizing the possibility of it being his junior's head, vengeful anger, furious rage toward the perpetrator bubbled up from within him. Bond gritted his teeth and drew even closer to the bench. The object did not move a single inch. The wind of the night continued to blow. Then, Bond heard a gunshot. He froze in response to the sudden sound. Normally, the detective would duck and investigate the direction of the sound, but he was unable to even do that. No. In actuality, there was no need for him to do that anymore. Feeling a burning heat in his chest, Bond touched it with his hand. A slippery sensation. Something was flowing out from his body, accompanied by the very particular smell of blood. Only a short moment following the gunshot did Bond's mind begin to register pain within him. The only good character! He had been shot. The moment he realized this, all strength left his legs. Unable to remain standing, he collapsed to the ground. The footsteps from earlier were approaching him. As his vision grew blurry, he desperately looked up at the person drawing near. A dark shadow with a gun in its hand. A shadow so dark Bond couldn't recognize its face. A voice came.
手を引けって言ったのに。
A voice he recognized.
残念っすよ、先輩。
Bond collapsed in a heap, was met with the ridicule of one man, Suwa Mamoru.
すわがお前が俺を
そうっす。いやー、祝初発砲ってところっすか？
As he laughed into the night, Sua casually picked up the object from the bench.
ちなみに先輩、やけにこれに注目してたっすけど、そんなに珍しかったんすか？ダーススパイダーのヘルメット。
Sua, who had now returned to Bon, held the dark helmet in front of the detective's face in an ostentatious manner. This is the most asymmetrical this man has ever looked. As Bon laughed, his vision grew blurrier and blurrier. Both his arms and legs felt extremely cold. His chest hurt, but not just from physical pain. He felt an intense gaze upon him, but he had no more strength to conclude whether it was Sua's or someone else's. Knowing that his life would only last a few more minutes, Bon forced his growingly heavy body to face upwards. With arms and legs outstretched, only the night sky lay above him. The sky overcast, with no stars to be seen. But even if there were any left in the sky, Bon had long since lost the ability to see them. After a few coughs, the taste of blood spread through his mouth. Get him. Get him.
俺はお前のこと結構買ってた。
自分は先輩が鬱陶しくてしょうがなかったっすよ。
まあ、気持ちはわかる。
Bon's breathing grew increasingly shallow. Only a faint wheezing sound could be heard leaking from his throat. Before long, he'd be unable to perceive anything anymore.
何者なんだ、お前。
With his consciousness fading in and out, Bon spoke one final question, and in response, Sua pointed the muzzle at Bon, then gave his reply.
魔法使いっす。
Oh my god, he's a wizard.
バカが。
He's made it to his 32nd birthday. Before either of them could realize it, the wind had stopped blowing. The darkness had quickly turned to a place of serenity, and within it, two figures remained frozen still. But that too remained only for an ephemeral moment. Sua's finger, now curled around the trigger, slowly moved inward.
先輩に信仰の救いあれ。
That sucks so bad. That sucks. I hate that. What the hell, bro? Yo, what up, Grim? This is my average conversation with my friends, too. Lol, lol, lol. That's usually the response. No. After all this, Tim, only now you become Chuni Lamau. Kick him. Or were you rejected by an IRL girl? Kill me. In that case, I got some good news for you. Kill me. If you stay a virgin till 30, I'm gonna become a wizard. You become a wizard. That's a pro tip. Speaking of pro tips, apparently there's going to be a festival in about an hour. It'll be at Shibuya Scramble Crossing. Jesus, you're annoying. WTF. Lol. Well, if that's what you want, you should go. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. Maybe you can get someone to kill you there? Okay. See ya. Turning off my PC monitor, I hugged my knees with my arms.
僕を殺してよ。誰か。
お兄ってば。
In my hand was Seraton, my one and only ally.
おーい、開けろ。
Perhaps because I'd been holding her in my sweaty hands for a while, her slender limbs were all sticky. And not only that, but her arms had been bent.
こら、開けろ。
That voice. It couldn't be. How?
バカ鬼。
There was no way I'd misheard that. Out of every girl that visited my base, there was only one dumbass that would scream outside like that. Green. Maybe it's a good green. Maybe it's like the first good green that ever existed. Maybe it's perfectly fine and just a good thing. Yeah? Nanami was there. I was somewhat surprised at how indifferent I felt in response to that fact. But if we do delusions, then Takumi will die. I just didn't care. What would her coming here while I was this far gone even do for me? Besides, it wasn't like it was out of the ordinary for Nanami to come here. Hadn't Rimi said that she was going to rescue her anyways?
開けないとひどいんだからね。
The noise was starting to irritate me. Just leave a monster like me alone. Nanami should have been focused on her right hand, not me. Not that I knew what happened to it. I didn't have it in me to talk to anyone anymore. But she was being too loud. So I was forced to get up from my chair and head for the door. Ah! The door seemed oh so far away to me, which made me realize I was scared to see her. Oh!
あ、やっと出てきた。生存確認。
As I opened the door, Nanami smiled and waved at me. I froze in place. She was acting way too normal. She was acting way too energetic. I'd seen it. A white bandage wrapped around her right wrist. So why? I then remembered the phone call I'd gotten a few hours earlier. The pained voice asking me to give her right hand back. And now, the smile she had right now, and the bandage around her right wrist, contradicted each other. Nanami was contradicting herself. Oh, I see. She was also a delusion. She had to be. I never had a little sister named Nanami to begin with. I got it now. That had to be it. After ignoring her and heading back into my room, I sat down on the sofa. I once again took hold of my Seraton figure and gripped her tight. So tight, in fact, that my hand hurt slightly. But it didn't matter, because that pain too was a delusion.
お兄、どうしたの？元気ないじゃん。
Everything in this world was made up of delusions. Delusions developed only within my mind. Both me and this delusion I was looking at were fake.
徹夜でゲームでもやってたの？もっと人間らしい生活したら？
I know this one, and that's it. That's the extent of these.
え、なになに？
黙れ。
ちょっと。
Yeah, shut
そん
up.
な言い方しなくてもいいじゃん。
Get out of here.
お兄だからって何言っても許されるとか思ってる？
黙れよ。
Yeah, shut up.
もうそう妹が。
妄想？
I surrendered my body to the sofa and looked up at the ceiling. With no particular goal in mind, I started counting the rusty spots. I didn't even want to look at Nanami. I'd only feel empty if I did. Well, not that I cared about whether I felt empty or not, given I was just a delusionary existence.
ねえお兄、本当に平気？いつもと全然様子が違うけど。
Worrying about me like a good little sister, huh? My delusional sister was worried about me. That fact alone filled me with anger. Besides, who was she to have to come to in a room like she wait? Who was she to have come into my room like she owned the place?
あ、わかった。お腹空いたんでしょう。
I gritted my teeth.
だったら、ナナが何か作ろうか？
取れ。
ん？鳥って言った？鶏肉？
No one said anything about takeout.
鶏肉だと、やっぱ唐揚げかな。でも一人で作ったことないし。あ、別にお兄のリクエストがあったから作るわけじゃないからね。ナナも今日は鶏肉で何か作りたいなって思ってただけだよ。
This Nanami was really annoying. The fact that she was so similar to the real one wasn't something I could ignore. Wait, did Did a real Nanami even exist in the first place? Then what was this Nanami? Real? The real Nanami? My head became a mess. So I stopped thinking. I didn't care anymore. At the end of the day, everything was a delusion.
包帯取れ。取ってみろ、ボケが。
包帯って、ああ、これ転んで打撲しただけだし。
Just a fall. Was it true? Or was she lying? I would know if she took it off.
ほんと、わがままなお兄だな。じゃあ約束してよ。ナナが包帯取ってみせたら、お兄も元気出すって。
The sound of rustling cloth rang throughout the quiet room. Rang? Okay. Followed by a ringing in my ears. My head hurt. These two were delusions, though, so I paid them no mind.
はい、これで満足？って、ちょっとお兄、わざわざ取ったんだから、ちゃんと見てよ。
I sluggishly lowered my gaze. Nanami had rolled up her uniform sleeve, and she was now sticking out her right hand towards me. And when I looked at her slender arm, I saw... blood. Dripping blood. Bloody words had been cut into her arm, and they said...
その目、誰の目？
My vision flashed, and when it passed, just like that, the horrifying wound on her arm was gone. I'd been hyperventilating, so I moved to catch my breath. I forcefully bit my lip. Nanami was rubbing the arm she had taken the bandage off of.
青あざ、だいぶ消えてくれたな。
Got me.
最初はすごく腫れてたんだよ。
I didn't know whether that was the truth or not. Sure, there wasn't a wound there, but there had been before. I didn't understand anything anymore. I didn't want to think anymore. Does this dude just like rip open the whole bag of chips and lay it flat on the table? Like, what the fuck is that? The most feral, disgusting thing I've ever seen. I once again laid my head on the sofa.
ねえ、ナナミ。
Without meeting her eyes, I called out to my sister, or to the girl whose identity I wasn't sure of.
お前が本物でも偽物でもどっちでもいいよ。
Right now, I only wanted one thing.
僕を殺してくれないか。
And then she did. Right? And then she did? At the front entrance to the AH Tokyo General Hospital, Kusanoke Yua fixed her gaze upon the automatic door. Having been told by Bond to get out of here now, she had reluctantly complied and went outside. However, in her worry, she could not bring herself to go any farther. Bond had followed the mysterious figure and vanished up the hospital stairs. It had not been 3 minutes since then, but hoping that Bond had already returned, Yua peeked into the lobby. This was after Bond had headed into the hospital alone. Yua had ignored Momose's orders and had followed him after all so that she could get one step closer to the truth behind her little sister's death and the true perpetrator. The person that had told Bond to back off over the phone and abducted Bond's junior, someone who must have been named Suasan, was most likely the same one that had killed her sister, Mia. That was the feeling that Yua had. And as such, she had been unable to hold back her impulsive emotions. Despite Bond's various warnings about the dangers of involving herself with the case, Yua had come nonetheless. Moreover, it was not as though Yua had been able to achieve anything by coming here. She was nothing more than a powerless high schooler after all. Somewhere in her mind, Yua hoped that Bon would simply come running gallantly back after apprehending the culprit. If that happened, she would have the opportunity to question them directly. Why did my sister have to die? That was the one thing Yua had to ask. Suddenly, Yua felt a gaze upon her. She nervously scanned her surroundings. It had not even been 2 hours since the sun had set, yet, oddly enough, the hospital's front entrance was eerily quiet. Right next to it was the urgent care entrance, which also served as the entrance for emergencies, and yet not even there housed any signs of human presence. A train gently ran along its tracks beside the hospital. Hardly any cars passed by the large street in front of it, and there was nary a single passerby. Housed between the sleepless cities of Shibuya and Shinjuku, where Yua was now, was akin to the abyss of darkness, formed in the interstice of 2 bursts of blinding light. No figure that could conceivably be responsible for the gaze was visible. Holding back her anxiety, Yua placed her hand on her chest and let out a small sigh. Following this, she found herself glancing over at the hospital ward. Whoa, it's Yua, but cooler. There, at the entrance to the hospital ward, stood a single girl. The lights were out, rendering the area very dimly lit, and yet the girl's figure was clearly visible amid the darkness.
Mia-chan.
Without intending to, Yua whispered her name. Her sense of reason told her it was impossible, but nonetheless, she could not keep those words from escaping. The girl was a mirror image of her. A mirror image of her twin sister that was no longer of this world. Moreover, Yua recognized the clothes she was wearing. She knew, almost for a fact, that they were her sister's clothes. The possibility of her perhaps being a ghost filled Yua with fear. Fear that made her hair stand on end. Suddenly, the girl turned and headed for the automatic door marking the entrance to the hospital. The moment she grew close enough, the door quietly slid open. It isn't a ghost. Yua was in shock, but before she could register anything more, she promptly ran after the girl and into the hospital ward. Inside, perhaps to it being past closing time, it was even quieter than outside. Each time Yua took a step forward, her footsteps echoed forth in the depths of the corridor. It had been just the same in the outpatient ward, but the fact that it was even quieter here made her very uneasy. The girl had disappeared up the stairs. Yua heard the faint sound of laughter coming from ahead. It was like a scene straight from a ghost story. With that on her mind, Yua cautiously made her way up the stairs, step by step. She arrived at the 2nd floor. Glancing around the corridor, she didn't see anyone, something she had expected. But just as she was suspecting that it may have been a mere illusion, a girl's laughter sounded from the floor above. That voice and the sound of its laughter were identical to what Yua had heard time and time again in the past. Climbing to the 3rd floor and looking down the corridor, Yua saw a girl with the same face as her, standing there. Hee. One of the victims of the first New Gen case, the group dive, her little sister, who should have died 2 months ago. Kusunoki Mia was stood right there with an unmistakable sense of presence. Yua removed her glasses and rubbed her eyes. However, even after putting her glasses back on, she looked to see that Mia was still there.
Mia-chan, nano?
どう思う？
A voice so clear, it could never be an illusion. And that intrepid smile on her face, that laughter in the air. It was exactly the same as Yua remembered from her sister. Mia had always acted this very same way. In order for her to be the wrongdoer in the eyes of the others, she had laughed like that all the time.
みやちゃん。本当に私がミヤであなたがユアだと思う？どういうこと？もし逆だったら、あなたはミヤ、死んだのはユア、殺したのはあなた。何を言っているの？あなたは親に愛される姉が疎ましくてネットで殺人を依頼したのよ。しかも自殺に見せかけるように見ず知らずの4人も一緒に飛び降りさせた。あなたは姉になりすまして妹の死を悲しみ涙を流しているふりをしながら、これまで姉が独占していた親の愛を手に入れて心の中ではほくそ笑んでいる。違うわ。私はユアよ。誰がそれを証明するの？私はユアのはず。でも確信が持てない。私を私だと証明するものって何？顔？名前？記憶？自分のことなのに。自分で自分を証明するなんて不可能よ。私がミヤだっていう可能性もあるの。あなたはいろいろと調べていたじゃない。多重人格、浮遊病、記憶捏造、それから妄想。
The concept Yua herself had been looking into prior to now showed just how real the ambiguity of memories, or perhaps recollections, truly was. She didn't know nor understand herself anymore. What was she? Yua cradled her head as she shook it in denial.
あなたは
Oh no, she's gonna be a gigolo maniac too. Was she Yua, who had always played the good child and was automatically loved and cherished by her parents? Was she Mia, who had always played the bad child and was actively hated by her parents? The child who, despite her actions being her own, oft cast her sister glares of jealousy and hatred.
さあ、私も
Mia, or possibly Yua, guided Yua, or possibly Mia, as she walked down the corridor soundlessly.
私と同じ目に遭いなさい。
Yua and Mia, identical twins, faces a mirror image of one another, and the boundary that served to differentiate the two was growing more and more blurred. Two enormous boxes stood tall within the darkness. And yet, compared to the nearby Shinjuku skyscrapers, they were akin to a small child looking up at their parents. The hospital roof, that was where Yua found herself, having been led there by Mia. A section of the towering fence had been torn open just wide enough to allow a person to fit through it. Whether this was an intentional effort, none could say. Mia and Yua, after moving through the torn section to the outer side of the fence, both now stood at the edge of the roof. Before them, the outpatient ward. As that location was lower than the hospital ward, the entire breadth of the roof garden was visible to them. However, the lights were still turned off, so even if there were people here, Yua would be unable to know. The wind blew strongly on the rooftop. The gale made Yua and Mia's soft hair flutter, along with the hems of their clothes.
私たちはもともと一つだったんだから。また戻るだけ。一歩を踏み出せば、あなたは私になる。
Yua, her eyes vacant of all light, mechanically whispered those emotionless words. Spreading her arms to maintain her balance, she endured the upward rising wind. Beside her, Mia's arms spread just as Yua's were, looked at her sister and smiled.
耐える必要なんてないよ。
Thank you, thank you.
あなたは私の痛みを知らなくちゃならない。さあ、飛んで。そうすれば、私もあなたも同じ痛みを共有するわ。私はどっちなの？私？あなた？それを聞いても意味はないわ。どっちにしたって、あなたは飛ぶ。
All hesitation left when Yua disappeared, and so, moving her foot forward, she... A gunshot tore through the dark night. And with a start, Yua came to her senses. Realizing where she was, she let out a frightful scream. The sheer height of where she stood immediately disoriented her, making her lose her balance. She very nearly fell, but in her desperation, she shot her hand towards the fence behind her and grabbed onto it. Because of this, she successfully managed to avoid being met with a terrible fate. The gunshot had come from the roof of the outpatient ward, leading her to look at it once more. In the circular clearing on the roof garden, she managed to spot multiple figures. There were two of them. One was on the ground, and the other stood beside them.
Bansan.
Had the detective shot someone? Or had the detective been shot by someone?
何をしてるの？どうして私と同じ痛みを味わおうとしないの？そんなの卑怯よ。ずるいわ。ミヤちゃん。違うわ。私はユアよ。ユアは私。ミヤはあなた。あなたは一体何なの？私はあなたの望んだもの。あなたは私の望んだもの。
Mia reached for her sister. Placing her hands around Yua's neck, she began to strangle her. Yua felt a strong pressure on her throat. She could no longer breathe. Mia was no ghost. She definitely had a body of flesh and blood, and now she was strangling Yua with it.
お願い、死んでよ。今日ぐらい私のお願いを聞いて。いつも我慢してきたんだから。
Yua's vision grew crimson. She reached for her hands out into the air in front of her, but found herself unable to grasp anything. I'm going to die. Awash with the most extreme dread, using her whole body, Yua called upon the strength she did not even know she had, as she tried desperately to break free from Mia's grasp. But Mia was too strong. Yua was unable to move her even a single inch. Even Yua's thoughts were dyed crimson. It felt as though her consciousness was being coated in a layer of viscous blood. In a desperate frenzy, she shook her head so violently her glasses fell from her face. And from that point onward, to an outside observer, Yua and Mia were no longer distinguishable. It did not matter who killed whom. The result was arbitrary. If Yua died, all Mia would have to do is become Yua. If Mia died, all Yua would have to do is become Mia. The deadly premonition sax is hitting hard. feeling of resignation sadly spread throughout Yua's heart. Before her eyes was Mia's, or possibly Yua's face, seeping with anger. Not wanting to see such a sight, she looked away. And what vaulted into her field of view was the shrubbery. The shrubbery and the flowers adorning the roof garden. In her mind, Yua felt that there was a shadow among those flowers, the likes of which she had never seen before. Or perhaps it was simply an illusion. She had dropped her glasses in the struggle after all. However, no longer able to breathe and suffering from so much pain, a faint sense of peace gradually rose from within her. Despite her thoughts of simply surrendering herself and peacefully passing on, her instinctive desire not to die denied her of that peace. It made Yua extend her hand towards that disparate shadow. Her distance from the shrubbery was about 2 meters. How she was now, there was no way she would reach it, even if she were to extend her hand. And yet, her fingertips touched something hard and cold. She then grasped it, almost completely unconsciously. The second she did so, Kusunoki Yua's instantly became clear, as though a haze had been dispelled from her mind. Oh no! There goes the frames again. I guess I'll have a beverage while I wait for whatever to happen. All the frames of the visual novel lost. Thousands of frames of the exact same picture gone. The second she did so, Kusunoki Yua's consciousness, right on the verge of fading, instantly became clear, as though the haze had been dispelled from her mind. There was an invisible, yet fierce impact. Oh. Yeah. Oh, man. It's rough. Her sister, rained upon by showering red lights akin to petals, was blown away. Languidly standing up as she gasped for air, Yua looked at what she was holding, and instantly doubted her eyes. It was a sword. So the frames have gotten really bad suddenly. Like really, really bad. I don't know what I can do. It was a sword. All too elegant, like the glasses worn by one. All too immaculate, all too vigorous. All too profound, its nature's veiled, all too delicate, its frame easy to fracture. And so beautiful it beckoned tears from all who laid eyes upon it. And so beautiful it beckoned tears from all who laid eyes upon it. The object now in her hands. It reminded you of Ayase's sword that she had seen in the overpass, and of the sword that Bon had spoken of, Seina's. Yo, hers is pretty badass.
今のは何?
Mia, after being blown away by the mysterious impact, had been buried in the shrubbery. As she held her head, she freed herself from it and crawled back to her feet.
あなたは何をしたの? 私はミヤちゃん。私やっとわかったわ。どうしてここまで一生懸命あなたの死の真相を調べていたのか。私を殺そうとしたの？私は また殺されるところだったの？また？結局私はあなたが怖かったのよ。当てつけに死なれたと思ったの。あなたがわからなかったの。あなたが死んだ理由は私のせいじゃないって証明して安心したかった。最低のお姉ちゃんね。どうして死んでくれないのよ。
She could no longer get through to her. Their two selves, once together in the beginning, had now diverged completely, never to return to one again. Mia reached to grab her once more, reminded of the pain she'd experienced before. Yua's trembles of dread returned, leading her to... brandish her sword. It carved a sharp trail, and then cuts the ghost in half. Mia's movements came to a halt, and with a look of shock on her face, she traced the wound of gouged flesh with her hand, beginning from the left side of her torso and ending all the way at her right shoulder. No blood sprang forth.
ミヤちゃんは2ヶ月前に死にました。それならあなたは誰なんですか？
Countless particles, large enough to be seen by the naked eye, came flowing out from within Mia. Her body, now enveloped in bubbles, gradually collapsed to the ground as her silhouette faded and faded. It was now transforming into something else. Yua, with feelings of incredulity, saw what it was. After a moment's wait, a man with an impressively large physique appeared in Mia's place. He was wearing a denim shirt, jeans, and a rucksack on his back. You had never seen this man before.
誰？あなた誰？どうしてミヤちゃんの姿に？どうやって？
Yua backed away in confusion, still holding her D sword. The man was similarly bewildered. He had likely not predicted that he would have been uncovered, leaving him to act in a very clearly frantic manner.
お前こそなんでまさかこのガキギガロマニアックスか聞いてないぞくそどうしたら
And then, ignoring gravity itself, it came flying in, its path almost horizontal. By the time the man looked behind him, it had already perforated the rucksack on his back. And from that same rucksack, a pale flash of light surged. The man, as though he had been just received an electric shock, stiffened up like a pole. His eyes shot open wide, and only a moment later he lost consciousness, falling face first to the ground. He foamed at the mouth, and every so often his body would twitch. The object that had pierced the rucksack was a sword quite like the one Yua had obtained just moments ago, with beautiful curves adorning its every edge.
これ
Yua remembered the sword. She had seen it before. A single presence approached her. Yua raised her head. Someone then emerged from the darkness.
何事かと思ったらこんな騒ぎになっていたのね。岸本さん。
Without a change in her expression, Ayase glanced at the sword that Yua held in her hands.
感じる大いなる意志を。私がこの病院に居続けた意味はこういうことだったんだわ。
Yua had sunk into the ground, dumbfounded. Ayase picked up the glasses that had fallen nearer, crouched down in front of Yua, and peered at the girl's face. Then, with her slender fingers, she brushed Yua's hair aside and gently put her glasses back in place.
君もグラジオールの黒騎士だったのね。
And with that, Ayase gave a faint, transient smile.
僕を殺してくれないか。
And then she did, right? She just pulls out a hammer and just crushes his head. The end. No Funko Fusion. I'm sorry. It's happening soon. I got just gotta get it. Just gotta get it. Nanami's face stiffened, but shortly after that, she put on a clearly forced smile.
お兄、つまんない冗談やめなよ。
That reaction wasn't like her. Normally, she wouldn't just laugh it off. Normally, she'd angrily yell, "Don't say that, you dumb jerk," and then spend the next few minutes reprimanding me. Well, not that it mattered. I didn't care. If she wouldn't kill me, I had no more business with this Nanami. She could just up and vanish for all I cared. I locked eyes with Seraton, a very particular part. If only Seraton was in the third dimension. She would have granted my wish. If I was going to be born a delusionary existence anyways, at least have me be born in the second dimension.
ねえ、そんな冗談は置いといて、その話があるんだ。あのね、お兄にもらったバングル、なくしちゃったの。どうせ適当に扱ってたんだろうとか言わないでね。ナナ、そんなことしてないもん。本当に大切にしてたもん。なのに、どこでなくしたのかもわかんなくて。
What? You treasured it? Seriously? Incredible. Genuinely fucking incredible. Comedy gold, really. Besides, I gave you it, didn't I? So it's worthless anyways.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
Period. Besides the fact that I'd given Nanami the bangle in and of itself was suspicious, it could have been a delusion too, for all I knew. You didn't realize? You didn't realize? What? Oh? That was why nothing in this world was worth anything. Each and everything in my memories was worthless.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄が初めてくれたプレゼントだったのにな。なんでなくしちゃったりしたんだろう。
I have a hard time focusing on the words sometimes.
僕は妄想
Get off the screen, Seraton, please.
僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄、聞いてる？
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
お兄はどうしていつもそうなの？
Her head hung low, and her fists clenched tight. Nanami let out a faint whisper.
たまにはお兄ちゃんらしく頼りがいのあるとこ見せてよ。
What now? If you're here to criticize me, you're wasting your time. After all, I'm a delusionary existence.
僕は妄想じゃない。僕は妄想じゃない。
All I did was stare blankly at Saraton's smile. Her smile, yeah, her smile, her smile, her smile. Her smile is her smile. I'm staring at her smile. There is no reason to listen to Nanami. It was all pointless. After all, I was a delusionary existence.
今までずっとナナがしっかりしなきゃって思って頑張ってきたけど、でもね、やっぱりナナだってたまには誰かに甘えたいよ。誰かにじゃなくてお兄に甘えたいよ。
僕はもうそうじゃない。
Nanami, get the frick out of
僕
here.
はもうそうじゃない。
だってお兄はナナのお兄なんだから、お兄に頼りたいって思うことナナにもあるんだよ。
僕はもうそうじゃない。僕はもうそうじゃない。
そりゃいつもああしろこうしろ言われてお兄も嫌だろうけど、それはお兄がだらしないから。
Slacking off.
言いたいことはそういうことじゃなくて、
僕はもうそうじゃない。僕はもうそうじゃない。
ナナだっていろいろ愚痴を聞いてもらいたい時とか泣きたい時とかあるんだよ。お兄に優しくしてもらいたい時とかあるんだよ。
僕はもうそうじゃない。僕はもうそうじゃない。
ねえお兄、ナナの話聞いてよ。ナナ、今すごく悲しいんだよ。お兄にもらった大切なバングルなくなっちゃって、声出して泣きたいくらい悲しくて辛くて、お兄に抱きしめてほしいのに、お兄に頭撫でて慰めてほしいのに。ねえお兄、今日だけはナナのわがまま受け止めてよ。
Oh, are you talking? Huh? Raising my head in a daze, I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low, and while she was trying her best to hold them in, tears ran down her pained face all the same. Upon opening a glass door, the very moment Rimi entered what appeared to be a lobby, a twitch of fear ran through her. A chill breeze cold enough to freeze her over crept up her legs. There was no sign of anyone. A fact that was obvious for this place, and this place alone. And yet, when Rimi thought about what awaited her ahead, she could not help but wish that someone could be there with her. Before her was a soundproof door, a door akin to those of a movie theater. From a small crack within the gateway, the chilled breeze came wafting through. The breeze was accompanied by a white haze, a haze akin to the smoke that rose from dry ice. Rimi fiercely bit down on her lip. In her hands was her D-sword, already real-booted.
だから大丈夫。
Damn.
だから怖がっちゃダメだ。
Desperately telling herself that, she gulped a single time before proceeding to burst open the soundproof door with her shoulder. Yeah, she got so many D-swords. They look very dangerous to use. Rimi's eyes went wide at the scene she saw before her. There stood a device that was beyond enormous. Enshrined in the center of the dome-shaped room, it could be described only as a monster. An ominous sound rang faintly throughout the spacious room. It was a low-pitched noise, akin to the deep growl of a beast, a sound that signified the device's operation.
の圧もう動いてるんだ。
君のおかげですよ。
A voice replied to Rimi's vexed murmurs. The moment she heard that voice, Rimi felt her very soul tremble.
崎畑リミ。1年半ぶりですね。
Rimi's instinct was to be engulfed in fear. Shivers rose from the depths of her heart. Abominable memories attacked her consciousness. Her grim past was on the brink of being resurrected. To endure such a threat, Rimi strengthened the grasp on her D-sword and lightly shook her head. Once she regained her hold, she shifted her gaze towards the voice. Right beside the enormous device, Noah too was him, the figure of a man donned in a suit, and by his side... Yo, badass! That's cool. Was Nishijo Nanami, held captive. Her uniform was torn, and a bandage soaked with blood was wrapped around her wrist. Her head hung toward the floor, and she looked terribly, terribly pale. Faced with such a pitiable sight, Rimi was at a loss for words. Crucified, in Jesus of Nazareth's likeness. Who? There is no pop-up? Who am I supposed to know who that is, huh? No, what held her now could not be called a cross. It was something far different, for it took the shape of pure, unadulterated malice. The entirety of this world's evil, the entirety of this world's disorder, the entirety of this world's immorality. It would be no exaggeration to refer to it as a symbol sculpted to those very attributes. I think it looks like a cool
君が
bug.
この1年半
Cool
どこ
space
で
bug.
何をしていたかについて興味はありませんが困りますね。あまりうろちょろされると。
The man, Norase Genichi, spoke in a peaceful tone, but his voice was embedded with the sharpness of a blade. Doing everything in her power not to sink to her knees, Rimi glared back at Norase.
ナナちゃんを離して。
ほう。まさかここに来たのはお友達を助けに来たという理由ですか？
ナナちゃんを離して。その子は何も関係ないでしょ。
では直接話してみてはどうですか？
Miss Salat? Okay, so... We found... We found out Takumi was a delusion, but Nanami is real? But Nanami isn't real, but Nanami is real, and Nanami is actually kidnapped, and Nanami is here. Now. For reasons. Hmm? Norse's offer left Rimi confused. She was acting brave, but in truth, the moment she had seen Norse's face, her heart had been seized by fear, and her legs had begun to tremble. Unable to move an inch from where she stood, she called out to the crucified Nanami.
ナナちゃん。
Nanami's head ever so lightly stirred. Her eyes, which had been closed until that very moment, opened faintly. She raised her head, and her hollow eyes fell upon Rimi.
リミさん。大丈夫？今助けてあげるから。
Yeah, she looks fine. In the middle of Rimi's sentence, Nanami's face twisted in pain. Her face was pale, and her breathing labored. Then, with very little resistance, Nanami's body slid off the cross. Oh, flump.
ナナちゃんねえリミさん
Yeah, when everyone says that I'm delusional, I'm like, nuh-uh. Doesn't make it any less true. Without getting up from the floor, Nanami lifted her head and let her gaze roam about the room. It was as if she was searching for something.
ナナのバングル知らないかな見つからなくてナナのバングルどこにもなくて
Huh. She staggered to her feet, and this time she searched her surroundings with her left hand.
バングルだねわかった私知ってるからだから私と一緒にここを出よう病院に行こうね手が痛いよナナはなんでリミさんのことを知ってるんだっけ前にどこで会ったんだっけリミさんなのリミさんがナナのバングル嘘どうしてひどいよ
Yeah, Takumi's the real wheelchair man that's been in the hospital that is somehow projecting himself outside of the hospital. I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if it's went into details about how that works. But not the one that was on the rooftop with the Darth Spider helmet that was in the scene where Takumi didn't get his D-blade. I feel like there's a lot that needs to be filled in. With a scornful grin painted on his face, he simply observed Rimi and Nanami's exchange.
ナナちゃんに
Sorry, I didn't read that other sentence, but whatever.
何を見せてる
You
の
saw it. You can read. It's got evil teeth. Nanami's gaze was fixed on Rimi. Trembling like a newborn fawn, she slowly stood up and then... She held out her right wrist, as if offering Rimi her palm. A bandage drenched in blood. It almost appeared as if her hand were still connected. And yet, one after the other, vibrant scarlet drops fell from the bandage without reprieve. By her feet, a pool of blood grew larger and larger with each passing second. She needs medical attention, fast. But despite how frantic she was, Rimi was unable to get any closer, for getting closer to Nanami would mean getting closer to that man. It frustrated her greatly, leaving her on the verge of tears.
リミさん
Sorry, I
が
got hiccups
持ってたの
suddenly.
ナナちゃん帰ろう
As soon as the scene ends, I gotta get some water or I'm gonna fucking die.
どうして持ってくの返してナナのバングル返して落ち着いてナナちゃんお兄からもらったナナの大切なあれは誰にも渡したくないの返して返してよナナちゃん返して
Together with her pain scream. A single drop of blood fell from her right wrist. Before it had the opportunity to hit the ground, the drop crystallized at high speed. Originating from nothing, with the drop at its center, a mineral-esque object burst into view. Blood sword, badass. It was as if a carapace formed from minerals had ripped through a rift in space. In the blink of an eye, it took shape. It resembled a cross far more than the object that had previously held Nanami. Or perhaps it was a sword which pierced itself perpendicularly, as if rejecting all.
これは
Perpendicularly.
ディソード
And Nanami, as if embracing it, held it close to her chest. Tears born from all the sadness within her fell upon it. Her D-sword flickered scarlet, as if one with her pulse.
でないとリミさんのこと許さない。そんなナナちゃんも気ガロマニアックスだったの？
We all are, except Takumi. Well, he's trying, okay? Give soon. Soon he's gonna whip it out. But not yet. He's shy. Okay? I saw not. Oh, I said I was gonna. Hold on. I'm gonna pause the game. I'll pause the game. I gotta get some water. I'm dying. Be right back. Okay, hi friends, sorry I'm back. Oof. It's been a while since I've read so many words. I'm still kind of sick, somehow. In our third week here, still kind of sick. We'll never improve, I think. But that's okay. Hi. I saw Nanami crying. She was hanging her head low, and while she was trying her best to hold them in, tears ran down her pained face all the same. I took one look at her, and then I returned my gaze to the ceiling, resuming my mission of counting the rusted spots. Yeah, frick off, Nanami. Get out of here. Get it out of here. I got rust to count, asshole. You're really ruining my I wanna die vibes.
妄想の
そんなこと言わないでよ。お兄が妄想のはずないじゃん。だってナナは小さい頃のお兄のこと知ってるもん。いつもナナに世話かけさせてちっとも頼りにならないけど、でもお兄は昔からずっとナナと一緒だったよ。
Wait, she was right. It was just as she said. I had memories from when Nanami was little. I had memories from my childhood. Yo, gamer! Thank you. I had memories of watching the news reporting on the bus accident my classmates had been in. The one that happened on the field trip that I hadn't been able to go to. I even remembered my teacher, Mr. Saito, who passed away in the accident. The words of Rimi, a total stranger, are the words of Nanami, who I'd grown up with. It went without saying which to believe, so I believed in Rimi. The right person to believe wasn't Rimi. The right person to believe was Nanami. If Nanami was real, that meant that I too was real.
ななみ
I extended my hand towards her. Nanami's existence was was my one and only hope. The sole existence that would save me.
助けてななみ助けて
Just like Jesus of Nazareth. If Nanami's warmth was real, then I could prove that I was real too. Nanami, who had been crying from loneliness, wiped away her tears. Looked at me with her reddened eyes, smiled at me with her tearful smile, and
抱きしめてくれる？
I nodded. Then again, then once more. By doing so, I could save Nanami. By doing so, I could save myself. I would gladly hug this bratty little sister of mine, no matter the time or place. I would hug my one and only sister in this world, the one that shared my blood.
ななみ助けて
I wanted to feel her warmth as soon as I could, and so opening my arms to welcome her into my chest, I prepared to hug her. Tightly, ever so tightly. It's gonna happen soon. This hug is gonna be sick.
お兄
But right at that very moment, got him! Nanami's body was enveloped in a faint light, and she burst into countless blue particles. One after another, the particles burst like bubbles in the air in which my arms remained extended, never receiving the hug I so desired, my chest never feeling the warmth I so desired. Right before my very eyes, Nanami had vanished. Mm-hmm. With only her left hand, Nishijo Nanami tightly embraced the D-sword that had been born of her own blood. Her right arm, meanwhile, only lay upon it. Her blood, seeping from the bandage on her right wrist, slowly ran down the sword's fooler.
痛い
What's that part?
知ってたの？
Fuller?
ギガロマニアックスだって。
I gotta go check up my sword anatomy. Rimi's question was directed at Norosei, who had evidently chosen to remain a spectator. No matter how much Rimi glared his way, he always retained the same composed look on his face.
偶然の産物というものですよ。
ナナちゃんにひどいことしたくせに何が偶然なの？
君の時のような苦労はしませんでした。我が社にはすでに覚醒させるためのマニュアルが確立していますから。もっとも西条匠にだけはそのマニュアルも通用しませんが、イレギュラーな化け物は扱いづらいことこの上ない。
化け物だなんて言わないで。
君も化け物だからですか?
Yeah, there haven't really been like any pop-ups for things in like forever in the tip list. Gang stalking was the last one, and that was like a chapter ago. We know everything now. There's nothing left to learn.
虚無から生まれたものだから と言い換えた方が良かったですね。
Averting her gaze, Rumi bit her lip in frustration, her trembling hand yet to cease. In direct opposition to her wish to save Nanami, her legs refused to move. It was as if they had taken root inside the floor. Norsei, meanwhile, caressed Nanami's head almost lovingly, acting as if he was under no threat whatsoever. Nanami had no reaction to this. She simply hung her head low as she repeatedly drew shallow breaths.
闇のある一点だけを灯しているスポットライト。その周囲には無数の死体が転がっているのでしょうが、誰にも見えない。君自身にもです。
そんな話やめて。
例えば君が自殺をしたら、スポットライトは数十センチ横にずれて君を闇で覆ってくれるでしょう。そして何も知らない別の誰かが代わりにスポットライトを浴びる。
Prompted by Rimi's sharp tone, Norsei shrugged his shoulders, then returned to silence.
痛い。ナナちゃんを解放してほしいんだけど。
拘束は解きましたが。
連れて帰る。
構いませんよ。もう用済みです。
ナナちゃん、帰ろう。その件は消して。だったらバングル返して。返すから。
Rimi knew where Nana's hand was being kept. On that day. On the night Nanami's hand had been delivered to Takami's room. After Takami had collapsed from sheer humiliation on the roof of O-Front, Rimi had retrieved the hand from within the refrigerator. Shogun was the one who had it now. It was in cold storage to keep it from decomposing. The bangle, too, was...
お兄からもらったの。ナナのだよ。バングル。勝手に持って行って。ひどいよ。
Nanami's voice, which had only been speaking in incoherent mumbles, was gradually growing more and more intense.
落ち着いて深呼吸して。自分をしっかり持って。
一つ聞きますが。
Norsei's sudden interruption elicited a click of Rimi's tongue, though only in her mind.
What?
Mind click. What?
君たち二人のうちどちらがより重要度が高い存在ですか？
I don't fucking know. That's a weird one. Rimi cast her eyes downward.
リミさんなんか。
Meanwhile, Nanami, instead raised her head. A sparkle returned to her once empty eyes, a glaring, brilliant shine, one that warranted only a single descriptor, abnormal, a sparkle. In a panic, Rimi frantically attempted to brace herself. Click. Only to be frozen in place by the sudden darkness. It was as all the lights had been turned off. Rimi had no way of knowing whether it had been intentional or accidental.
負けちゃダメ。
Rimi whispered so in an attempt to encourage herself. Her voice made the air undulate, but it melded itself into the dark before long. She then noticed that she could no longer hear Noatu's growling rumblings. I hate the dark. It always reminds me of back then. Rumi tried looking around, but all the while, all she could see was darkness, spread throughout every corner. No speck of the concept known as light existed. Could she not see because it was dark? Or could it perhaps be because her sight was not working properly? She had even lost the ability to tell up from down. She could not tell where she was anymore. Her 5 senses had been eroded by darkness, and now her body was unable to recognize anything. It was as if her body had been turned into a gas, as if her consciousness had slipped away from its vessel. Past and present fused as one, and Rimi's memories began to intermix. When was now? When was the past? Girl, where'd your clothes go? What the hell? Then, in the world ruled by sheer darkness, a single ray of light shone down. And there, within that circular spotlight, was Rimi, cradling her knees close to her chest. Rimi was seeing this very scene from within the darkness. It's the same as back then. Back then, Rimi had nothing. Before she knew it, she had been confined and tortured. But rather than anything physical, the psychological pain she suffered had been far greater. A daily life born from the depths of hell. A daily life consisting solely of enduring. How she had been before that, Rimi did not know. When and how had she been confined? And for how long had she been tortured? That Rimi did not know. But something told her that this was not due to memory loss. The moment she suddenly opened her eyes, a consciousness known as herself had been born. Or so she felt. Rimi too! Perhaps the one inhabiting this body before her, unable to escape from all the pain, had ended her own life within her delusions. And then perhaps, as a new her, a new personality, the current Rimi had been born. Perhaps there had been countless other hers before her. Even the name Sakihara Rimi had been different each time. To myself, I don't exist. Something moved amid the darkness. Rimi stood up and then slowly began to move towards it. And as she moved, so did the spotlight. And what she found was a dead Rimi lying on the ground. Without ever looking at Rimi, a whisper flowed from Rimi's mouth.
あなたは何番目？私は
Is that Jesus of Nazareth? No, it's just Nanami. Rimi's eyeballs twitched incessantly. An endless amount of tears ran down from the corners of her eyes. Her D-sword then slipped from her hands and Rimi sank to the floor. Much like a child would, she covered her face with her hands and weakly shook her head. I'm sorry. I couldn't do it. Nanami stared at her with a vacant look on her face, while Norsei let out a short, disinterested snort. Well, foo-hee-hee-hee. Nanami had vanished without a trace. She had turned into bubbles before my very eyes. Her substance had simply ceased to exist.
どこだよ。出てきてよ。いるんだろ。また、いたずらか。隠れてるんだ。やめろよ。
My vision grew blurry from my tears. No matter how many times I wiped them away, the lukewarm Dwapowitz kept pouring out. But both this warmth and the feelings making me shed these tears were delusions. I myself was one after all. Nanami had been a delusion. I'd been stupid to believe it would all be okay. My hopes had been crushed just like that.
で、いつこの妄想って 冷めるの。早く冷めてよ。
Not even I knew who I was talking to. But right now, I was fine with anyone. I just wanted to be heard.
この妄想が覚めたら、僕は本当はイケメンなんだ。
Yeah, for sure.
そうに決まってる。物分かりのいい妹と優しい姉がいるんだ。
What?
かわいい彼女と付き合ってて。
Okay, there we go.
その子は
Alright, he's on track.
I
was worried for a moment.
女じゃなくて、セーラさんみたいないい子なんだ。
Yeah, I should be like Seraton. Yeah.
あなたは妄想の存在なんだよ。
Well, apparently maybe you too, so... Groveling on the floor, I buried my head in the mountain of trash and tightly gripped Seraton. I tried my best to avert my eyes from reality as I pounded the floor with my fists, but I couldn't. Rami's words pummeled my mind restlessly.
死にたい。死にたいよ。どうして誰も僕を殺してくれないんだ。ねえ、セーラタン殺して。
Yeah, Seraton, kill him!
そんなに死にたいの？
She's gonna do it!
こんなのもう嫌だ。
I'm ready, Seraton.
自分の存在が嫌だ。何も考えたくない。生きていたくない。
かわいそうなタッキー。だったらすぐに殺される方法を教えてあげる。
Okay. This is why you're my waifu. Seraton always devoted herself to me. Commendably so.
とりあえず外に出るんさ。
Alright, I'm getting my patootie outside.
外に
Doing as I was told, I stood up and headed for the door. And then, after nearly tripping and falling over trash countless times, I exited my base. I had no need to question her. Seraton would never betray me. She was my waifu after all. And she wasn't 3D. Once I was outside, a strange sound hit my ears. The sound... Hadn't I heard it somewhere before?
この音を追いかけて。
追いかけたら殺してもらえるの。
そういうこと。
Yupperoonie!
優しく殺してもらえるかな。
私が保証するよ。
よかった。やっと死ねる。
The sound was my messiah. The bell of salvation that would grant me passage to the promised land. With Seraton in hand, I set off towards the sound. Whenever I got close to the sound, it would move farther away, almost like it was guiding me somewhere. Every time I seemed to be onto it, it would quickly become distant. Every time I seemed to lose track of it, it would come close and wait for me, as though it had a will of its own. A sound with a will of its own. It reminded me of Shogun's existence. His face flashed through my mind, but I quickly grew indifferent to it. Whether it was him or someone else, as long as someone killed me, I didn't mind. I even stopped wondering about the true nature of the sound. I was a delusionary existence and I was going to die pretty soon, so there was no point in caring. With my head completely empty of all thoughts, like a moth to flame, I staggered after the sound. A barrage of noise now surrounded me. I was unable to differentiate any of them. With a click of my tongue, I tried to find the origin of the clamor, only to gulp instead. Oh, suddenly, without me having realized it, I was standing in Scramble Crossing. Yo, just in time! It was then that I realized that the clamor was coming from the sheer number of people crammed into the crossing. Sorry. It was almost jam-packed. Everyone was pushing right up against each other, like a morning train ride during rush hour. Compared to when I'd been broadcasted from the top of O-Front, there was an even bigger number of people here. Now that I thought about it, Grim had mentioned something about this. Something about there being a festival at Scramble Crossing tonight. What the hell is this, Sarah? I have nothing but horrible memories of this place. Why did you bring me here? For revenge? What the hell? Where's the person who's gonna kill me, Sarah?
目の前
This tremendous crowd on this cold autumn night. Just what kind of festival could make so many people gather here, to the point of there being no room to breathe? I didn't pick anything! Oh, shit! Suddenly, the wall of people opened up before me, like I was Moses from the Bible. Tip, Moses. No. A single path, inviting me in. They were all waiting for one person. Me. Offline meat! Here we go. Yeah, tell me about the meat. What about the meat? I need to know about that meat. Offline meet, when members of an internet community meet in real life. Okay, thank you. It's the reality TV show that's sweeping the nation. Today's episode, the world's most terrifying offline meet. People from all over the net have come to lynch the biggest embarrassment in all of Japan, Nishijo Takumi, right in the middle of Shibuya. Their catchphrase, whose eyes are those eyes? When that long scenario played out in my mind, I left. As much as I hated pain, as long as I would die, I'd be more than willing to deal with that much. There we go.
僕が死ぬにはぴったりの祭りじゃないか
I had finally grasped what Seraton meant by revenge. I hadn't died the last time I was here, so they had prepared the stage just for me. Forming a lazy smile stemming from the corner of my mouth, I started making my way through the path between the people. At the end of it, I could see various members of the mass media standing next to each other like idiots, cameras and microphones in hand. Both the onlookers and the mass media were incredibly tense. There was a tiny bit of commotion, but nowhere near the amount you normally hear at a festival. All the energy they had back when I'd humiliated myself atop O-Front was gone. Everyone looked at me. Their eyes were cold and sharp, staring daggers at me with what felt like close to murderous intent. Whether I liked it or not, my expectations were swelling higher and higher. Kill me. Kill me. Kill me. When I looked up, I realized that all 4 of the enormous jumbotrons were showing footage of me walking through the crowd. I was sure that, just like last time, this was a national broadcast too. If the viewer rate was even 40%, I would die while being watched by approximately 48 million people. The death of me, who was no more than a delusionary existence. The death of me, who had no value whatsoever. The death of me, who was wholly and entirely worthless. Is that what you all want to see? Well then, congratulations. Here you go. It doesn't matter either way to me. As long as I die, I don't care how many people see it. And so, I stood before the battery of cameras and macrophones. A swarm of flashes burst in unison. Blinding lights flashed intermittently. Straining my eyes, I fought to endure them. And then, a reporter that was probably in his 40s spoke up. I'd seen him on a number of talk shows before.
西尾君、今回はどんなパフォーマンスを見せてくれるんだい？ところで、実は今日の昼に逮捕された貼り付け事件の容疑者は実行犯に過ぎなくて黒幕がいるっていう話があるんだけど、どう思うかな？
Why was this random guy acting all buddy-buddy with me? And what was that last part supposed to mean? Was he asking for my opinion? Huh. I guess when the media called up the criminal psychology professors every time, and they always said the same standard, uninteresting bullshit, even an amateur like me could serve as a replacement. Regardless, I couldn't have any less of an opinion on what the guy was asking about. I had lost all interest in Nugin. I come here to be killed, not to answer questions. I had no energy for it.
それでね、西尾君、ズバリ聞くけど、真犯人と目される人物は通称その目誰の目と言われていて、
Oh, okay.
それは君なんじゃないかっていう噂があるんだよね。
そうかもね。
My whispers were broadcast all throughout Shibuya via the Jumbotron speakers. Commotion ensued. The bloodthirsty atmosphere got even stronger among the people gathered here. Just kill me already. Set me free. Stop asking me for things. And yet, despite my wishes, the microphones came even closer. They were pushed so violently towards me, the next step would be shoving one straight in my mouth. The other reporters too were raining questions down on me incessantly.
それは事件への関与を認める発言と考えていいんですか？
現実とゲームとの区別ができなくなるような経験はありますか？
It was the video games!
逮捕された狛江容疑者との関係について聞かせてください。
人を殺したのはやはりゲーム感覚だったりします？
In a sense, I was like a video game character. Someone, please reset me. Just get me to game over once and for all. Life is like a video game. As soon as those words left my mouth, the crowd, at its peak of its tension, exploded.
死ね！
人でなし。きち
殺してやるよ！
Yeah, do it! You
く。
won't.
地獄に落ちる。
死刑にしろ！ぶち殺せ！殺人鬼！
I was overwhelmed by the waves of people, and the screams and shouts swarmed. And as the screams and shouts swarmed, I was swallowed up by the undulating masses. I was tossed around and jostled, crushed to nothing and pulverized. Being shoved by people in all directions, my body started floating. My souls left the ground. No matter how much I struggled, I couldn't do anything. I was struck on the head, punched in the arms. But none of it was painful enough to kill me. And with no room to breathe, I started to suffocate. But I didn't resist. I entrusted my body to the chaos, and in doing so, the pressure suddenly disappeared. My body fell to the floor. Seraton fell from my hand and toppled onto the asphalt. Countless feet lined up like trees in a forest, and as they writhed about, my waifu rolled through the gaps between them. Despite extending my hand, I couldn't reach her. Her face, complete with that endlessly radiant smile of hers, the smile that soothed my soul, was stepped on by someone's shoe. This is it! This is what's gonna get him to summon his D-Sword! His waifu getting stepped on! Her small body was kicked farther away, and some lady in red high heels ended up crushing her torso. Rip.
Sarah.
No matter how much I called out to her, no answer came. My one and only ally was gone. I felt like my chest was being crushed by sorrow. I had lost all reason to stay in this world, to live. And when I looked up, surrounded by people as I was, even the night sky was hidden away from me. No one noticed I was there, slumped down on the ground. Even though I was right here. Even though I was asking for someone to kill me. Why was everyone ignoring me? Suddenly, I felt it right on the nape of my neck. That tingling sensation. God's gaze.
君は
And within my mind,
ここで死んじゃダメだ。
a certain voice rang out. I gulped
イソードを手に入れて。
and firmly gritted my back teeth.
将軍
I searched for that wheelchair among the crowd, for that bastard cosplaying as Darth Spider. So you were the one behind this festival, huh? I knew it. Are you planning to wheel out here and threaten me, all while you're in your offensive Darth Spider cosplay? Yeah, offensive. You trying to recreate what happened last time? I wished for death. The entire time I'd been alive, I'd just been some tool for everyone's amusement, and I couldn't take it anymore.
あの時の自称将軍は僕じゃない。僕はコスプレはしないよ。
I don't care. Just kill me, please.
あいつらが動き出しているんだ。この場は今以上の混乱になるよ。
They?
すべての黒幕。この混乱を引き起こした者たち。混乱を利用して利己を追求しようとする者たち。彼らを止められるのは君だけなんだ。
I stood up. The angry voices kept surging above my head. No one was looking at me. The onlookers and the people from the media were all jumbled together, grabbing each other, cursing at each other, punching each other. Why were they?
沈黙の兵器。ノア2はすでに稼働してる。この混乱が起とされた一番の目的は無差別人体実験。
Something hard hit my head. A sharp pain ran through me. A pain so intense I thought my skull had been broken. My hands automatically shot up to my head, cradling it. As I looked around with tears in my eyes, I found a rock on the ground the size of a fist. A tiny smear of blood colored part of it. Someone had thrown that rock and it hit me. A throbbing pain coursed through me. Moving my hand towards the source, my fingers touched something sticky. Bringing my hand down to my face, I saw blood on my fingertips. My own blood. I heard a dry explosion in the distance, followed by a lady screaming. A gunshot? There were people with guns here. Why was everyone so worked up? Why was everyone fighting each other despite being total strangers? Why was this so chaotic? The villain's sacrifice everyone was waiting for wasn't mine.
渋谷の GE レート。バイオリズムがありえないくらいに上昇してるんだよ。
Oh no. Is it earthquake time?
言ったでしょ。無差別人体実験だって。この場にいる人たちは今、見えない攻撃を受けているんだ。
Then I heard a sound. A creaking, rusty sound. A sound akin to a dying woman gasping for air. The sound of a wheelchair. Despite how many people there were, despite the wall of people surging erratically, Shogun moved his wheelchair forward. And without bumping into anyone, without getting dragged into a single fight, he made his way straight to me. Sitting kind of low on the screen. Ever so small, with a body of skin and bone, he was covered in wrinkles and looked so frail, it was as if he might break at the slightest touch. Oops. His eyes were cloudy as could be. I didn't know what he was looking at, nor what he saw through those eyes. I couldn't bring myself to look away anymore, and suddenly, the tumult surrounding me began to grow distant.
ずっと君を見ていたよ。
It was the same voice as the time that when we first met. It wasn't that strange voice I heard at O Front.
君は誰なの？僕は君だよ。
And with those few words, I finally understood.
僕を妄想して生み出したのも、神の自然の正体も君だったんだね。うん。
He was my creator, the existence who had envisioned me within a delusion. Someone who I could never hope to match up to.
君の名前は西條匠。
The real me. The original me.
君はいくつなの？君と同い年だよ。君の設定とね。
17 years old. Even though he was so small, even though he was covered in wrinkles, he was only 17 years old.
このままだと世界が死んじゃう。ノア2にあらゆる人の心は支配されちゃう。だから君に託したんだ。
Entrusted? Entrusted what exactly?
意味がわかんないよ。そんなの僕には関係ない。頼むよ。僕を消して。今すぐに消してほしい。
Shogun's wrinkles stirred. He was likely making an expression, but I couldn't see it as anything other than wrinkles shifting on his face.
全部僕のせいなんだ。僕が IR2 を妄想しちゃったせいで。なんとか止めようとしたけど、僕はこんな体だから満足に動くこともできない。それで君を生み出した。君に止めてもらうために。そんなの知らない。僕は君のコピーだけど、僕はやりたくない。コピーだけが苦しまなくちゃいけないなんて、そんなの嫌だ。死なせてよ。君はコピーじゃない。もう一人の僕だ。つまりコピーじゃないか。君のしてることはすごく残酷だ。悪かったって思ってるよ。でも他に方法はなかった。今世界の命運は君にかかっていると言っても過言じゃないんだ。だからそんなのリミに頼めばいいじゃないか。知り合いなんでしょ。
Acquaintances. I said that on purpose. I didn't want to think that they were lovers or good friends. And so, only then did I realize my feelings. I was jealous of the original me. That was rich, coming from a delusionary existence. What a fucking disgrace. I couldn't believe myself. There was not knowing your place, and then there was this. My own feelings made me want to throw up. My emotions continued to spiral. I wanted to die.
リミはナナミを助けに行って逆に捕まっちゃったんだ。え？リミはね、僕を救おうとしてくれていた。その理由は 君も知っているよね。
あれは空。あの空はどうしてあんなに泣きたくなるくらい青いのかな。
それを望んだから。
私は望んでない。
僕が望んだんだ。ここは君の心象世界であると同時に僕の心象世界でもあるから。
Rimi turns towards me. She stared at me, her face deeply puzzled.
あなた誰？ここには私以外はいないはずなのに、あなたは別の私。
違うよ。
だったら誰？どうやってここに来たの？私の心の中だよ。ずっと暗闇しかなかった。光は私に当たるスポットライトだけ。それなのにあなたが来た途端に暗闇がなくなって空ができた。
妄想がシンクロしたんだ。君の力がとても強かったから。
そう。
Rimi looked up towards the sky once more. It was a crystal clear, azure sky.
私本物の空見たことないんだ。私っていう人格が生まれた時にはね、もう暗い部屋に閉じ込められてた。心の中も外も闇しかなかった。そこからは絶対に出してもらえないの。私今死のうとしてたんだ。心を自殺させるの。きっとこれまでの私もそうしてきたと思うし。でもせっかくあなたが空を持ってきてくれたから、この光景を記憶に刻んでおいていいかな。次の私がまたこうして想像できるように。
死にたいの？
うん。
本当の空を見てみたいとは思わないの？
ねえ、空って本当にあるのかな？
あるよ。でも現実の空はこの空よりも汚れてる。
どこにある？あの空はどこにあるの？
君が望めばどこにでも。
望んでいいの？
もちろんだよ。
どうやって望むの？
光は電磁場の波。その振動現象を人の視覚は色として捉えるんだ。自分のデッドスポットに望む色を当てはめてごらん。そうすれば君の望む世界の色を作り出せる。世界は君の望みに応えてくれるよ。
Several days, even months perhaps, had then passed since that encounter. And one day, Rimi had come to my hospital room. She and I were fellow patients at the same hospital. Fellow possessors of something that transcended human understanding. The power of giglomania. The attribute we were unsure whether to abhor or take great pride in.
お兄、お客さんだよ。いつの間にあるね、お兄ってば。また会えたね。
She was deeply haggard. Her skin was morbidly pale. Her hair was dry and neglected, growing according to its own whims. Her fingernails were cracked. Her eyes constantly squinted as if dazzled by a brilliant light.
本物の空は見られた？
うん。あ、そうだ。
Nanami, who'd been watching us talking, suddenly clapped her hands in apparent remembrance.
ナナ、お洗濯してこなくちゃ。リミさんでしたっけ？どうぞごゆっくり。
Nanami left the room. Rimi and I vacantly watched her depart. Rimi then turned back towards me.
匠はいつから入院してるの
？5年ぐらい。
退院の予定は？
ないよ。僕の余命はあと2年ぐらいだと思うし。
私はあなたのおかげで頑張ることができた。終わりなんて絶対にないと思ってた。でもあなたが教えてくれた空を見るまで頑張ろうと思った。そしたら急に外に出してもらえた。用済みになったって言った方が正しいかもしれないけど。
そう。
私はあなたに救われたの。だから今度は私があなたの力になりたい。
そんなの気にしなくていい。わざわざ僕に会いに来なくてもいいよ。君にはこれから普通に生きてほしい。
普通の生き方なんてわからないから。
Rimi's past, Rimi's feelings, Rimi's resolve. My chest tightened as I remembered them all.
なんでリミは僕に近づいてきたの？彼女は君の近くにいることで、君の行動、君に接触してくる人間のことを監視して、君を覚醒させないようにしていたんだ。彼女を恨まないであげて。彼女はただおせっかいなだけなんだ。
A tinge of sadness appeared in Shogun's voice.
巻き込みたくなかったのに。彼女は僕がどれだけ止めても聞いてくれなかった。勝手に僕に恩義なんか感じて。本当におせっかいだよ。リミとナナミは誰に捕まってるの？プロジェクトノアの責任者。すべての黒幕。野呂瀬源一。かつてリミを捕らえて拷問していた男でもある。それなのにリミはナナミと僕と、そして君を助けるためにあの男のところへたった一人で乗り込んでいっちゃった。
A voice echoed within my head. It uttered the words of a Rimi I didn't know. Words she had spoken to Shogun.
リミ？
うん。 実はちょっとした報告があります。ナナちゃんをこれから助けに行こうと思って。
やめるんだ。君はあの男、ノロゼとはもう会いたくないでしょ。
私って信用されてないな。平気だってば。昔の話だしね。そもそも私の感情とナナちゃんを助けることとどっちを優先させるかなんて決まりきってることだよ。
ナナミを助けるのもプロジェクトノアを止めるのも僕のやるべきことだ。君はそこまでしなくていいんだよ。
言ったでしょ。私はあなたの力になりたいって。それにタクには関わらせたくないの。
おせっかいだね。
そうかもね。あなたにしか言われたことはないけど。ねえ、ちょっとだけ語っちゃっていいかな。タクにね、いろいろひどいこと言っちゃったんだ。しかもそんなことしておいてすごく自分勝手なんだけど、私彼と一緒に過ごした時間はとっても楽しかったって思っちゃってるんだ。何もかもが妄想でまみれたまやかしでしかなかったのに。学生生活もあの学校に私やタクが通っていることも、大地と友達だっていうことも、私がタクと一緒にいようとしたことも、タクの存在そのものも。タクってどうしようもないくらい情けなくて、どうしようもないくらい弱くて、きっと普通の女だったら見向きもしないような男の子なんだよ。なのに私の心には楽しかったっていう気持ちがあるの。なのに私の心にはもっと一緒にいたかったっていう気持ちがあるの。この気持ちって何なのかな。
インプリンティングのようなものかもしれないね。
What's imprinting? Imprinting is the automatic assumption present in some animals in which a newborn child recognizes the first thing it sees as its parent. This can occur even if the parent is on a different species or is of a different species than the child. Even after imprinting occurs, it's possible to force a child to change who they recognize as their parent by presenting them with a substitute.
本能っていうことかな。それって意外とロマンチックかも。
君が楽しかったならきっと彼も楽しかったと思うよ。
そうだといいな。私はタクと似たようなものだから、肉体が妄想から作られた存在と人格が妄想から作られた存在とどっちも変わらないでしょ。だからタクのこと消したくなかった。消さなくちゃダメだって思ってたんだけどね。でもいつの間にか感情移入しちゃったみたい。タクにはごく普通に暮らしていってもらいたいの。私はタクミもタクも助けたい。ねえ、タクのことはそっとしておいてあげて。
そういうわけにはいかない。ノア2を破壊するために彼は必要だよ。
私が何とかするから。
君はそんなことしなくていい。君こそごく普通に暮らしていくべきだ。
さてと、そろそろ切るね。
リミ、やめて。
本当に大丈夫だって。 あなたは何も心配しないで。私が全部決着をつけてくるから。ね、匠。
After it was already too late, Rimi's words sank into my heart. She really was a hopeless meddler. Why did she have to keep fighting so hard? Why did she have to keep acting so selflessly?
私はタクの味方だから。
Memories of Rimi all came back to me. Memories of the short time we had spent together until now. Memories of the feelings that had been hidden behind every word that she'd said.
私が一緒にいてあげる。
Over the past year and a half, if I had to summarize what I'd done, it'd mostly be ESO, RMT, and Aerogay. I devoted myself entirely to those things, all while staying shut inside my base. I barely gone to school, and I rarely talked to anyone. Born into this world, I'd live as though I were dead. But for the past month or so, that had changed. And even though, as a result of this, I've been lied to.
朝、一緒に学校行って。
She'd stay by my side, she'd stay by the side of someone like me. Sorry, she had stayed by the side of someone like me.
学校では休み時間にどうでもいいこと話して。
She had given me peace of mind when I was quivering in fear.
お昼休みは一緒にご飯食べて。
She'd supported the failure that I was, encouraged me.
夕方、一緒に帰って。
She had embraced me.
帰るついでに、たまにどこかのお店に寄ったりして。
She taught a delusionary existence like me the warmth that humanity held.
タクの部屋でちょっとだけおしゃべりして。
She could have erased me, and yet she tried to protect me.
それで、また明日ねって手を振って別れて。
She had made memories with me.
そんなのでいいなら、私、いくらでもしてあげるよ。
In my 1.5 year long life, I could still vividly remember the time I spent with her, even now.
そういうの、結構憧れなんだ。
Rimi's little gestures. Rimi's scent wafting from her hair. Rimi's little sighs and the sound that came from them. Rimi's glimmering eyes. Rimi's cheerful voice. Rimi's tender warmth. I see. I was in love with Rimi. How disgusting was that? What a freak. A wry smile crept onto my face in response to my own creepiness. A delusionary existence falling in love. Were feelings of love something that a delusionary existence could feel? Or were they a mere illusion? I really didn't know, but I wanted to be true to these feelings. Rimi saw me as a friend. There was no way that she saw me as someone of the opposite sex. Besides, an otaku freak like me wouldn't go well together with her. But even so, even if she didn't love me back, even if it was just for my own satisfaction, even if I just was a delusionary existence, I at least wanted to do something for someone, for Rimi, before I disappeared. It was disgusting that a disgusting otaku freak would fall in love. It was disgusting that a disgusting, delusionary existence would fall in love. But so what? Even if it was disgusting, even if it wouldn't go anywhere, I didn't want to brush those feelings away as mere illusions and delusions. The memories of this past month were both Rimi's and mine, mutually recognized between us both. Even if the rest was just make-believe, these memories and the feelings born from them were real.
世界を救ってほしい。
So Shogun said. I shook my head.
僕は勇者じゃない。人間でもない。そんな僕に世界を救えとか何を考えてるの？君には本当に悪いと思ってるけど、君にやってもらうしかないんだ。自分に謝るなんてバカみたいだ。
I glared at the real me. The real me caught the fake me's gaze.
僕は君が嫌いだ。僕は君が羨ましいよ。僕は世界のためになんか頑張らない。世界を救うとか、そんなことどうでもいい。
I'd be the one to give meaning to my birth.
ただ、僕はリミを助ける。ありがとう。
The sounds around me started coming back. More and more oil was being poured on the fires of chaos. It had already become a riot. I was hit with the smell of blood. Around me, I heard the sounds of screams, shouts, moans, and a mechanical noise that sounded almost like audio feedback. It all pulled together and overflowed across the crossing.
理想度を手に入れる方法を教えて。君はすでにそれを知っているはずだよ。
My gaze moved upwards, looking for the silhouette of a sword blending into the scenery. Rocks were thrown around, canisters of tear gas made smoke rise from the ground, and people from every direction crashed into me time and time again. In the center of it all, I focused and sought the sword I had once seen from the roof of O Front. It had to be visible already. Without a doubt, it had to be here, somewhere. Lost amid the scenery. My D-sword was always right beside me. Now seize it. Oh, there it is.
見つけた。
On the building to the right of 107, there was a vertical billboard, and when I looked towards it, I saw the shape of a sword. Anxiety seeped into me. I swallowed back my saliva. When I had looked from the roof of O Front, I had been able to perceive its shape. But in the end, I hadn't been able to physically grasp it.
自分の意志を強く持つんだ。迷っちゃダメだからね。君にはもう、剣を手に入れる資格は十分にある。
I extended my hand as I stood in place. In order to save someone dear to me, I had to get it, no matter what. No matter what. I gritted my teeth. This wouldn't be like the last time. My mind was surprisingly calm. I wasn't afraid. I couldn't be afraid. But it wasn't that I was keeping a cool head. Emotions simmered and boiled inside me. I had something I needed to do.
掴むんだ。
107 was about 100 meters away, and upon overlapping my fists with the sword, I grasped it. Even though I should have grabbed an empty spot in the air, there was something there. It was neither hot nor cold, neither hard nor soft. Keeping my hold on it, it grew. I drew it closer, not it. Ripples surfaced across the air, and from within those ripples, it slid free. Whoa. Even animated. All too long to be called a sword. Delicate enough to shatter at a moment's notice. Pervaded with phantasmal elegance. Lacking any meticulous features. Absent of all garishness, not garnishes. Can't read, sorry. With an immaculate malice capable of swallowing one's soul whole. On which belonged an awe-inspiring beauty. No garnishes. Damn! Linking with my exalted heart, the design of the sinister flames on the handle flickered. I didn't even feel an ounce of weight. Rather, it was as if it was an extension of my arm. As though it had been there from the very beginning. As though it were part of my own body. It didn't feel like I was holding a sword. So this was a D-sword. I grasped it firmly with both hands. I should have been able to real boot it now. If I got it to be mutually recognized by my surroundings, the sword would be brought forth into reality. As for how to do it, I didn't know. I simply desired it. He did it. He grasped it firmly. I shouted within my heart for it to become reality. All hesitation within me was gone. Oh, that was it. It's real now. The D-sword, as if answering my call, started faintly shining. The flame pattern on the hilt transformed into real flames. Flames which swiftly enveloped the sword, and yet I felt no heat. Soon enough, those flames were swallowed by an entirety of the sword's body and... Whoa. Together with a fierce impact, the D-sword shone with a crimson light. A number of the people around me were surprised by my sword. However, it was only a handful of them. Only a handful were left dumbfounded by its appearance. The others were too focused on punching and kicking each other. The riots didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon.
この暴動を引き起こしているポーターたちを探すんだ。彼らの持つ機械を破壊すれば、バイオリズムの高騰も収まる。
Yeah, kill him!
ポーター。ノア2の端末としての存在。君はすでにそのヒントを見てきたはずだよ。君の頭の中に、それは記憶として刻まれている。
I called forth all that I had seen.
L2 の勝ち 0.62 メガ GE ハイスコアです。
どんな手品なのこれ。
望
み。我が社ではポーターと呼んでいます。言い換えればマインドコントロールのための部隊といったところでしょうか。
All of the things that I had unconsciously seen, all the thoughts I had unconsciously read.
僕は盗撮野郎ってことか。お似合いだね。
The Shogun calmly gave me orders as I laughed at myself.
チャネルを解放して、
Oh
ポーター
god.
たちの心を読むんだ。コズピーのようにね。彼らはこのスクランブル交差点のどこかに居場所を探り当てて。
I opened my channel. I didn't have to think about what to do. Without being conscious of it, I enacted it by feel alone. And then the minds of everyone here, their negative emotions, became visible and instantly flowed into me. Malice, hatred, envy, lust, servility, cowardice, superficiality, corruption, cunning, indecency, hideousness, vulgarity, libido, madness, bloodthirst. It was the manifestation of the unsightly emotions people hid from one another, more brutal, unequivocal, and repugnant than words could ever be. All the negative emotions people held inside them became a torrent of images, and this torrent proceeded to swallow up, shatter, and violate my mind. I was verbally abused by words of disdain. Gazes of contempt rained down on me. I was spat on. My nails were peeled off. I was punched in the face multiple times. I was kicked in the ass. My hair was torn out. My nose was chewed to shreds, not threads. My eyeballs were gouged out. My tongue was ripped from my mouth. My blood was sucked. I was showered with boiling water and covered with burns. I was in the ass. My genitals were crushed. Okay. All of my skin was torn off. My arms were broken. All of my bones were broken. I was beaten with a blunt weapon. I was stabbed with a blade. My organs were gouged out. My neck was strangled. My flesh was eaten by a giant beast. I was thrown off a high place. I drowned in a pool of water. I had my entire body burned by flames. Having synchronized with it all, my mind was being broken. I felt like I was about to go insane. I gritted my teeth and desperately held on to my consciousness. Is this how Kozubian lived her whole life?
見るべき妄想をコントロールするんだ。全てを受信しちゃダメだ。標的を絞り込む。音を頼りにするんだ。
The sound. All while enduring the negative emotions overwhelming me, I listened carefully. What came to me were voices from all around. Isolating them, I searched for the sound. I heard a mechanical sound, the one Seraton had said would kill me. The sound had also been inside the memories I'd gotten from reading minds. Sena had destroyed a porter's rucksack that had emitted the sound with her D-sword. Sorry, the flames rolling in the background makes reading the white on white kind of hard sometimes. So if I were to focus on that sound, the delusion I heard. There were multiple voices. There is more than one porter here.
3人いるみたいだ。
Holding my breath, I took a step forward. In front of me was the chaotic crowd. Without a trace of order, they moved throughout the scramble crossing as they pleased, beating each other within an inch of their lives. It'd be difficult to go straight through. I hacked the delusions of the people in the direction of the target. And so, little by little, the people in my field of view made way. And there, a path was made for me. There was a single man about 15 meters from me, and all of the obstacles between me and him had now been removed. Our eyes met. He was a plump man in a suit, wearing a rucksack on his back.
一人目
Kill, kill, kill! Taking the shortest path there. Oh. I ran. Straight ahead. Through the crowd. Without bumping into anyone. All while dragging my D-sword along with me. So cool! The porter, having noticed me, frantically turned around and tried to run, but I wouldn't allow it. Just like Sena, I swung my D-sword, a blade longer than I was tall. As always, it felt weightless. I could wield it like it was an extension of my arm. The tip of the D-sword dug into the rucksack, and then, almost as if it had been melted at an unfathomably high temperature, its contents were vaporized. The man sank to the ground, cradling his head as he trembled from fear. Without looking at him even one more time, I headed for the second one. Below O-Front. Once again, the obstacles leading up to it began to disappear, and a path was built, and the music loops again, because I guess they didn't want to do it themselves. The man who stood there was extremely thin, wore a checkerboard shirt and a pair of jeans. He had long hair and his skin was alarmingly pale. He seemed to be holding a bag, which he was treating with great care. Noticing me, he tried to blend into the crowd, but before he could do anything, I threw my D-sword! Fly. I formed a delusion. Ignoring all known laws of physics, it flew parallel to the ground, soaring faster and faster. It delicately corrected its path, then pierced the man's bag with unmatched accuracy. It emitted a faint light, and the man fell to the ground. Just one more. I approached the man now on the ground and retrieved my D-sword. The third one was in front of Hachiko. I had seen that porter countless times by now. Actually, let me be more precise. I had talked to them almost every day. The crowd dissipated, and for the third time, a direct path appeared. At the end of it was a woman wearing white scrubs, a fact that made her conspicuous as could be.
あなたが3人目です。葉月さん。いや、グリム。
The nurse who had smiled so gently to me at the hospital was now glaring daggers at me. She had a large handbag with her. Most likely, there was a NOAA 2 terminal inside.
真実を暴くんだ。彼女がしてきたことをこの場にいる人たちに提示すれば、この熱病のような混乱は収まる。
What she did.
彼女がグリムなら、これまでの不自然な言動に君は気づいているはず。僕が最初に君に接触した時のことを思い出して。僕は君に貼り付け事件の予言をした。君への継承だった。でも僕よりも先に貼り付けを予言した人間がいる。
I remembered the exchange we had at the time. A few moments before Shogun talked to me for the first time, Grim had left the chat room, but right before that, they posted an image as a joke, a drawing. The very same drawing that Hazuki-san had scribbled on the medical chart. The drawing had been very, very poorly done, but what mattered was that it was depicting the crucifixion case. Besides, the first time Grim had talked to me about the Nugent case, they had said this. It's all up in your neighborhood, lol. Even though I had never told them I lived in Shibuya. Even a few hours earlier, Grim had left some comments that made it seem like they knew that I was Nishijo Takumi. You're a celebrity, so you'll be the center of attention. The second time I'd gone to the hospital, Hazuki-san had said,
高階先生はもういません。
And a week later, Dr. Takashina's corpse had been found. I swallowed back my saliva.
あの人が真犯人。
Her mind was right before me. If I looked inward, I could see. There was also the quiz at the beginning of the game where you had to select if girls with glasses made you horny or not. And I said yes. I did say yes. Midnight fell on AH Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki Shino's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. On the bed lay a young man, Konoe Chizuo. The sleeping pills he had been given had induced a deep coma in him. As she repeated the same words over and over like a Buddhist prayer, Hazuki caressed her large, swollen abdomen. She slowly removed her white scrubs, then sat atop the operating table, scalpel in hand. Oh. Then, with no anesthesia to speak of, she incised her own abdomen. An incision so masterfully done, it would have earned her incredible praise from surgeons and obstetricians alike. Although she was a mere nurse, her surgical skills were quite remarkable. Even while enduring the uninhibited pain of her self-surgery, the incision she made in her abdomen was performed with the utmost dexterity. Blood and amniotic fluid flowed from her wound. Her face contorted in pain. Then, after a few grueling moments passed, Hazuki inserted her own hand inside her abdomen. And from within her, she removed a blood-stained fetus. The fetus had yet to reach full maturity, and its forced removal had already ended its life prematurely. Hazuki performed an ophthalmopathy, cutting the umbilical cord. Upon completion of this, she embraced her child lovingly, then placed it on the stand next to the operating table. With her hands now free, she began suturing her wound. That was quick. The whole ordeal took nearly an hour to complete. Okay, maybe not that quick. With the sheer amount of pain that the procedure procured, any normal person would have fainted long ago. Returning the fetus to her embrace, she stood up from the operating table and approached the man lying down on the bed. With bloodshot eyes, she looked down towards the unconscious man's face and thrust the scalpel into his abdomen. The movement was reckless and without care, providing a vast contrast to how delicately and accurately she had torn open her own abdomen before. The pain roused the man, but before he could consider any hope of escape, he realized both his arms and legs were tied securely to the bed. Disregarding the man's screams, Hazuki drew back the scalpel she used to stab him. It cut through his flesh, tore through his skin. Blood gushed forth, covering her face in crimson. She neared her hands to the victim's wound, and then she forcefully began to widen it horizontally. The sound of flesh being torn open echoed throughout the operating room. The man's body started violently convulsing as the pain forced him to undergo a cycle of fainting, then waking up again. As she gazed at the gaping wound, Hazuki smiled a gentle smile. She then took her own child, which she had just taken from herself, and forcibly pushed it inside the man's gaping wound. Well, I guess that's one of them, I suppose. Midnight fell on AH Tokyo General Hospital, the place of Hazuki Shino's work. Within one of its operating rooms, the nurse stood nearly still. On the bed lay her psychiatrist colleague, Takashina Fumio. He was tied to the bed, but this was not the only thing that had been done to him. His cranium had been opened and his brain was exposed. His skull had been cut cleanly, the line right above his eyes.
高階先生に信仰の救いあれ。
葉月くん、こんなことやめろ。
Takashina was conscious. Due to the effects of anesthesia, he did not feel any pain from the cut. The utter dread he felt kept his eyes open wide and his body was sweating greatly.
救いあれ。
Ignoring Takashina's pleas for his life, Hazuki retrieved a shiny silver utensil from the pocket of her white scrubs. A utensil that could not be referred to as a traditional surgical tool. It was a spoon, an all too ordinary piece of tableware.
何をするつもりだ。よせ、やめろ。
Hazuki reveled in ecstasy. As if enjoying a meal of curry and rice, she took a spoonful of Takashina's brain. She then took the spoon and violently cast the contents into the stainless steel tray. The pink brain tissue was pulped into a jelly-esque substance. Hazuki thrusted the spoon inside the brain once again. This time, however, she accumulated even more matter than she had the first time she had scraped away the brain tissue. Takashina's own brain was getting removed from his body, yet he felt no pain, nor did he lose consciousness. As well as this, the anesthesia had robbed him of any freedom of movement whatsoever. All the man could do was tremble in fear.
これがあなたの記憶なんですね。
Hazuki Shino looked up at the projection in shock. On the scramble crossings, 4 massive jumbotrons. Her very own memories were being shown. She couldn't even understand how it was being done. Perhaps it was Nishijo Takumi's power as a giglomaniac.
あなたの記憶です。
With his head hung low and D sword in hand, Nishijo Takumi murmured those words. The riot came to a halt. Silence was now the ruling entity. The thousands of people who had been assailing each other until only a moment ago were now looking up at the screens. What a show, what a show. Some went pale, some averted their eyes. Some felt such horror it compelled them to vomit. The mass media were starting to record Hazuki with their cameras. Countless blinding flashes ensued.
あなたがニュージェネ事件の真犯人だったんだ。
私の記憶を映像に投影したんですね。
もう言い逃れはできませんよ。胎児とあなたの DNA を鑑定すればわかることです。どうしてあんなことを。ねえ、クリム。
ナイトハルト。すべては教祖様のお言葉なんですよ。
Hazuki plunged her hand into her bag resting over her shoulder. From it, she retrieved both a Noah 2 terminal port and a scalpel. She gripped the scalpel and placed it right against her throat. Due to the nature of her position as a nurse, she knew the location of the carotid artery all too well. Hazuki smiled at Nishijo Takumi. It was a kind smile, much like the one that she would oft show her patients.
信仰の救いあれ。
As her own blood gushed forth from her neck, her entire body was painted a bright crimson.
エスパーだ。
救世主だわ。
It was real. I didn't know who, but someone had mumbled those words. After seeing the sheer number of gazes piercing through me, I realized that those words were also directed at me. In front of countless number of people, Hazuki Shino had committed suicide via slitting her throat. Although calling it a martyrdom might be more accurate, the choking smell of blood filled the air. The riot had now entirely stopped. Hazuki Shino's memories of the crime she committed, which I had projected directly onto the jumbotrons, ended up being the perfect thing to make the excited parts of the mob quiet down. The shocking nature of what had been displayed left everyone at a loss for words. They don't know Nanami's the real Jesus. Even now, Hazuki Shino's corpse was still bleeding. A number of people then walked up to it and began kicking it. Get him! It was the corpse of an atrocious murderer, and so there were no respects to be paid here. Next, they might even publicly behead her like it was the Middle Ages. What difference was there between her and the ones kicking her corpse? By their very nature, humans were disgusting, horrible creatures, myself included. The media, like hyenas, were accumulating around anything that could act as a scoop. Roughly half of them had gathered around Hazuki Shino's corpse. The other half were surrounding me.
西条君、お見事でした。
今のは超能力ですか？やはりエスパーだったんですね。すごいです。
今日のこの集まりは初めから真犯人をおびき寄せるためのものだったの？
あなたの超能力は何歳頃に現れたものなんですか？
子供の頃のあだ名は神童とか呼ばれたことある？
今後警察の捜査に協力する予定は？
うちの局の番組に出てくれないかな？
One after the other, endless words of praise were thrown my way.
西条、よくやったぞ！
たくみくん、こっち向いて！
お前すげえよ！
好きです！付き合ってください！
One after the other, endless words of affection were thrown my way. I felt hollow hearing those voices. A fabricated image formed my public opinion, or by public opinion, and a delusionary being. They weren't all too different, were they? Takumi! Takumi! It was all coming back. The energy they shown when they see me atop the old front. Takumi! Unable to take it anymore, I screamed.
手のひら返して英雄扱いかよ、バカみたいな!
Tears started flowing. I felt completely miserable. I felt completely ridiculous. I didn't have it in me to keep going without crying. I wasn't a hero.
僕はキモオタでセーラタンのエロいフィギュアにハーハーしてる変態だ。18歳未満だけどエロゲーして燃えって言ってる男だ。頭の中じゃ街を歩く女どもを裸にひむいてエロい妄想してる。それが僕だ。
Yep. Tears and mucus smeared down my face. I forgot I was being broadcasted live across the entire country. It didn't even occur to me that I was shaming myself yet again. I couldn't help it. I was physically incapable of reading the room.
そうだよ。これでも僕は英雄かよ。違う。僕は英雄なんかじゃない。所詮妄想の存在でキモオタで一人じゃ何もできないヘタレだ。
The voices around me went quiet. The onlookers sank into silence. The people from the media looked at me dubiously. Within the heart of Shibuya, in the middle of the humongous scramble crossing, only my voice was echoing.
それが僕だ。お前らに他人に僕っていう人間を決めさせない。僕の本質は僕が決める。僕はお お前らのおもちゃじゃない。見せ物なんかにはならない。僕にはやるべきことがあるんだ。僕はお前たちなんかのために行動しない。
Rimi's smile appeared in my mind.
僕はただ
For the sake of those I cared about, I was here to fight, then disappear. But before I could voice that, I suddenly noticed that the night sky reflected in the corner of my eye. Oh no! Was turning pure white. It wasn't a cloud, nor was it snow falling a little too early in the year. By the time that I realized it was the same phenomenon from back when the earthquake had hit, it was already too late.
サードメルト予定より早い。
The first thing I felt was the very earth itself beginning to rumble. The ground began to shake. The white in the sky was spreading farther and farther. The very next moment, I was struck with a violent ringing in my ears. It was such an intensely shrill, resonant sound, my head felt like it was about to burst open. Everyone else around me was covering their ears too. And then... the chaos dunk! Oh fuck! The world was dyed completely white. Oh my god. I was standing atop a body of water. Incredibly clear, transparent water. It was shallow, reaching only my ankles, but it was not cold. Intermittently, the waves whispered into my ears. I was tightly grasping the handles of a wheelchair. Shogun. No, the real Nishijo Takumi was right before me, his head adorned with his knitted cap. He sat ever so slightly hunched forward in his wheelchair. There wasn't a single thing surrounding us. Neither shells buried in the sand, nor seabirds elegantly soaring through the sky. Nothing so expressly emulative of the sea could be seen. There were no signs of life, only the blue sea, the crystal clear sky. The terrain was completely flat all around me, with the horizon stretching as far as the eye could see. This place was not the real world.
僕はね、近いうちに死ぬんだ。
Together with the sound of breaking waves, I heard Shogun's voice. From where I was standing, I couldn't see his expression. The tone of his voice didn't carry any particular feeling of lamentation. In reality, his words felt like they were simply casual, passing remarks.
この体を見てもらえればわかると思うけど。
Small, wrinkled, and withered away. All of his hair had fallen out.
先天的な病なんだ。僕の体の成長は発症した10歳の段階で止まってる。そして老化してる。
Was he aging prematurely? That illness was supposed to be rare, affecting only 1 out of every 8 million people.
10歳って。
A gruesome scene etched into my memories began to rise to the surface.
あのバス事故の3ヶ月ぐらい前だよ。僕が発症したの。バス事故は君がそうかもしれない。あの時はまだ自分の力についてほとんど自覚はなかったけど。病が発症するよりずっと前、それこそ物心ついた時から僕はギガロマニアックスとしての力を使うことができた。 それが普通のことだと思ってたよ。意識的にしろ無意識的にしろ、僕はこれまで何度も力を使ってきた。だから僕の存在としての矛盾が大きくなりすぎちゃったんだ。青い瀬名から聞いてるだろ。
粒子とともに追生成される反粒子はディソードにストックされていくんだ。反粒子は数学的に言えば過去へ向かうものだから。ストックすればするほどギガロマニアックスには現在の状態とのズレが発生し、やがてその矛盾により存在としての自己崩壊へ至る。
Yeah, that didn't help. As he spoke, Shogun didn't move an inch in his wheelchair. What was he looking at? Could he even see it all? I hope that one's not on the quiz. I'm gonna fail that one. Okay. Alright. Yeah, can you just do that?
力を使えば病は進行する。端的に言えば力を使ってもプラスマイナスゼロっていうことさ。何も変わらない。
どうして僕みたいな肝タのヘタレ野郎を作ったの？
Yeah.
もっと強くて行動的でかっこいいイケメンにすればよかったのに。
人を一人、しかもギガロマニアックスの力を使える人間を生み出すのは簡単なことじゃなかった。君を生み出したって1年近く昏睡しちゃったくらいだよ。
僕は未完成だったってわけ。
だからこそ君はとても人間らしい。
フォローしなくてもいい。
本心だよ。
I clicked my tongue. I really did hate this guy.
リミにはいつも力を使うなって怒られたよ。
彼女は君を助けたいでしょ
う。でも僕はリミの忠告に従うわけにはいかない。今の危機的状況は僕の IR2 がきっかけなんだから。
IR2. That strange scribble on the back of my essay.
IR2 はある科学者の目に留まり、やがてのぞみテクノロジー社によって研究が始められた。それがプロジェクトノア。言ってみれば人工的にギガロマニアックスの能力を発生させる装置。僕が計画に気づくことができたのはリミと出会ったからなんだ。彼女がひどい拷問を受けていたのはそのプロジェクトの一環だった。ノアのシステムを効率化するために必要だったのがコード3。ギガロマニアックスが力を使う過程で放出する特殊なノウハウのもの。それを手に入れるためにのぞみの社長ノーゼはリミに過酷な拷問を加えた。強烈な負の感情を抱くときギガロマニアックスは力に覚醒し理想度を獲得するからね。
Once again, I remembered Seina's words.
バイオリズムの上昇によって中脳変影系ニューロンのドーパミンが過剰分泌されたときディソードは現れる。それは危機的な状況や興奮、悲しみ、憎しみ、笑いなど人それぞれだ。ドーパミン分泌量が多ければそれだけ観測しやすくなる。
君が僕にちょっかいをかけてきたのもそのため。
覚醒させるためにだ。ごめん。
Remy and I weren't the only ones. There were others who had undergone severe mental or physical torture because of Project Noah. Ayase, Seina, Kozupi, and even Nanami. Cruel trials had been laid out for all of them, also that they could become gigalomaniacs.
IR2 から生み出されたノア2は僕が自分の手で止めなくちゃならない。でも僕はこんな体だ。満足に動くこともできない。それに僕のコードサンプルを欲しがる望みから狙われるようにもなっちゃって。
That was to say nothing of how he was hospitalized at AH Tokyo General Hospital, a place which had hidden ties to the Nozomi group.
だから身を隠さなくちゃいけなかった。
幻の病室のアミーちゃんか。
あそこに入ってこられたのはリミだけだったよ。僕は身動きが取れなくなって、それで
僕を作ったのか。
Shogun weakly nodded.
リミには君を消すように何度も言われたんだ。命を削る行為だからやめろって。でも僕に残された命は長くない。力を使わなくたってあまり差はないんだよね。
His voice was deeply sincere. He had a certain sense of wiseness to him. Perhaps it was one you could only get from living out your days under a death sentence.
それに君が覚醒して力を使えるようになれば僕の命は持たないだろうか。
僕と君は一心同体っていうこと。
そうだね。
でも一つだけ約束。もう妄想はしない。ね。タクの妄想力。
Okay, yeah, but I only did one, alright? Only did one.
妄想をすればするほど本物のあなたの命が削られていっちゃうんだ。
It was like a small one too, okay? It didn't even matter that much, alright? If I tried to keep my promise to Remy, I couldn't go help her. Even if I could, I wouldn't be able to do a thing. It wouldn't matter what I tried. They turned the tables on me in an instant.
君の命はあとどれぐらい持つ？
きっと今日か明日までじゃないかな。
そこまで。
I was stunned. I hadn't expected him to have so little time left.
僕が覚醒しちゃったから。
気にしなくていいよ。君の覚醒は僕にとって本望だから。
君が死んだら僕はどうなる？
君は僕と一心同体であると同時にリアルブートされたことによって現実の人間になった。生まれ方は特殊かもしれないけど君は人間だよ。
僕が消えれば君は助かるよ。
無駄だよ。せいぜい寿命が数日から数週間伸びるぐらいじゃないかな。でもそんな愚かな選択肢を選ぶのはやめるんだ。君にはノア2を破壊してほしい。そのために力を使うことを遠慮しないでほしい。
言われなくても分かってる。君に遠慮するほど僕はお人よしじゃない。
Shogun's shoulders shook faintly as he laughed. Making him laugh was the last thing I'd meant to do, so that annoyed me.
君が目覚めてくれてよかった。勝手な話で迷惑かもしれないけど、あと君に託す。
Suddenly, the feeling of the wheelchair's handles disappeared. Before I knew it, the wheelchair he was sitting in began to leave me behind. As it moved, it almost seemed to glide across the surface of the water. Its two wheels cut into the water, making waves as they turned. I had no intention of following him. Instead, I absently watched him go.
僕の役目は終わった。
勝手だね。僕に丸投げ。
少し疲れちゃって。眠らせてよ。
He turned to me from his wheelchair. As usual, I couldn't read his expression, but his voice showed an intense urgency.
時間がない。急いで。ノロセはノア2を本格的に稼働させた。こうなったらノア2を直接破壊するしかないんだ。頼んだよ。
And then, as if embraced by a cloud of mist, he began to disappear. The very colors of this mental world slowly began to fade.
君に頼まれる筋合いなんてない。僕は僕自身が決めたことをやるだけ。
The sound of the waves became more distant. Just like Remy had once, I burned this perfect, crystal clear sky into my memories. And then, I gently closed my eyes. Kind of awkward timing to stop. There still is a chapter of the video game left that just started, and it's kind of the end of the stream. So I think I'm gonna save here. And we'll probably have to wait till next time. I imagine it's gonna be a long while. I was in chapter 9 for about 4 hours. I probably imagine that's probably gonna be the rest of it too. And then I still have to go back after that, because of course there's another path that needs to be done. I don't know actually how long the branches are for this game. I haven't really looked into it too deep. They all seem to like branch after like, I don't remember looking into it too far, but it was like pretty late in the game. So, hey, this is it for a little bit. maybe etch this screen into your mind for next time, because it might be a while. It was less than a month from the last one. Maybe next Monday. No, not Monday. Not Monday. Wednesday. Next Wednesday. If you bother me enough, we'll continue. I'll sacrifice something to fit it into the schedule and make it happen. But that's it for me. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for dealing with my gravelly, nasty voice that's still healing. Still kind of been sick these last couple of days. It's getting better. I'm able to do stuff now. I can breathe sometimes. Not so much right now. But thanks for hanging out with me. This is fun. It was nice to get back into this. I really love this game, so it's nice to be able to share it with you. But that's it. That's all for me. A big thank you to the Ko-fi supporters. Thank you guys so much for everything you do. If you enjoy the stream, consider checking out my Ko-fi. !Ko-fi will get you a link to it. !Archive will get you a link to the YouTube if you want to view that. The Partner Plus thing is over. I didn't actually check to see what the thing was. I forgot to look at it after it was done on Monday night. I forgot to look. So whatever it is now, that's the game. You can actually check right now. You could lie to me probably and tell me it's whatever you want it to be, and I believe you. But that's it for me. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna go cough and wheeze, and maybe go to the gym. It's Ghost Trick and Wooden Ocean and Rad all together? What? Three-way tie? And Blue Dragon? It's all of them? Like I said, the other games aren't completely out of the question. Some of those games I might go back and play. We just need to cement one of them that was of these unlikely bunch to return to the stream. So, is it actually Sonic? Did Sonic win? Wait, for real? Hold on. I gotta go show results. Oh my god, it's Sonic Adventure 2. How'd that happen? Now, where did that come from? I don't know. I don't know when that occurred. I downloaded Indigo Prophecy and I kind of planned to do it. So, but I guess both of them will have to happen now. So I guess it'll be both of them. And then we'll figure out from there. Anyways, I'm here rambling instead of doing stuff. Thanks for being here. I'll catch you next time. Bye, friends. See ya. Dude didn't even press the add button. Just been here saying words. I'm gonna change clothes while the ads are running. I'm gonna get naked behind this BRB screen while I get ready to go to the gym. Where's my stinky ass gym clothes? Found it. How the hell does Sonic win? It was like so far behind too. Oh well. Anyways, thank you everyone for voting on the Partner Plus stuff. And thank you for making it so that I reach Partner Plus. That was big too, I guess. And we'll start this stuff soon. I got a lot of active games right now. And I don't know which ones I'm feeling. There's Silent Hill 4 ongoing. And I don't know how much Killer 7 there is. I feel like Killer 7 goes pretty fast after you get it started. Like the first chapter was very long, and then all the subsequent ones have been incredibly short. And I don't think it's a very long game. I think it'll probably be over soon. Is there anything else that I'm playing? Is there other stuff? I don't remember. Is there other games? Elden Ring. Elden Ring might not happen until next week, so I can fit some stuff in. Maybe. That's probably close to... No, probably not close to being done. Maybe. I don't know. Anyways, bye. Oh yeah, I forgot about Hollow Body. Oh, I don't know about that one. I don't know how I feel about Hollow Body. Oh. I thought the intro was really good, but then it fell apart. It fell apart. I I don't understand some of the praise for the game. I think it's kind of stinky, but maybe it's just the middle is kind of goopy, but the end gets real crunchy, right? On the scale of tastiness. Anyways, bye.